committee will come to order. Before we begin this morning, I want to take a moment to mark the passing of our longtime friend and colleague, Pete Stark, who was a member of this committee for a long, long time. I think it's fitting that we think of him today because Pete introduced the very first bill to create a comprehensive earned paid leave benefit for all American workers. And it was, like other times, an acknowledgement that Pete was on the right side of history and the responsibilities of this committee. So I think that if we could just embrace a moment of silence in memory of our colleague Pete Stark, it would be appropriate. Thank you. Let me say good morning and welcome to today's hearing to discuss legislative proposals to provide paid family and medical leave for American workers. Next Tuesday will mark the 27th anniversary of the enactment of the Family and Medical Leave Act. This historic legislation gave most American workers the right to take unpaid leave to care for a child, a parent, or a spouse, or to deal with their own serious medical condition. When FMLA was debated, naysayers claimed that it would create an epidemic of absenteeism and harm over our economy. In fact, President George H.W. Bush vetoed it several times before President Bill Clinton signed it into law. We now know that the naysayers were mistaken. The FMLA has helped our economy and saved money for American businesses by keeping workers in the workforce instead of forcing them to drop out entirely to deal with urgent family needs. I'm proud of the fact that I voted for FMLA and was one of its original sponsors. And to have an opportunity to make it the law of the land should be the highlight for those of us who did undertake that vote. But we know today that FMLA is simply not enough. This is because while FMLA entitles workers to leave, if that leave isn't paid, many workers simply cannot afford to take it. Right now, workers must rely on a patchwork of options with huge gaps. A limited number of states provide coverage to all of their workers. Some employers provide paid leave to their most highly compensated employees, and a smaller group provide it to all of their employees. Some workers spend down all of their savings, and some leave the workforce and never return. This status quo leaves out the majority of the middle class and does far too little to keep Americans of all income levels in the labor force. Admittedly, the biggest driver of our declining labor force participation rate is our aging population and the higher likelihood of disability as we age. But we also know too many Americans who want to work who then are left out of the labor force. We know from states' experience and many rigorous long-term studies that comprehensive, guaranteed paid family and medical leave increases labor force participation and keeps workers from being left out. Paid leave increases labor force participation rates, not just for new mothers who are consistently more likely to work with higher earnings when paid maternity leave is available, but also for family caregivers of both genders. In California, researchers found that comprehensive paid leave increased labor force participation among unpaid family caregivers by 8% in 2008 and 14% in 2011. Although I have great admiration for employers like our witness, Rebecca Hamilton, who choose to provide paid leave for their employees without any state or federal support, such employers are the exception, not the rule. Less than 1/5 of our workers are offered paid family leave by their employers, and even in the current tight labor market, the vast majority of recent growth in employer-sponsored paid leave benefits went to highly paid workers, leaving most middle-class workers behind. The current situation also disadvantages small businesses. Without a federal backstop for paid leave, small businesses are at a comprehensive disadvantage compared to bigger American competitors who can spread the cost over a larger pool of employees, and especially compared to foreign competitors whose employees get state-funded benefits. I'm really proud of the fact that Massachusetts is one of the states that has chosen to guarantee paid leave to workers and employers. But for our national economy to be its strongest, we cannot depend on individual state efforts to address labor force participation. As our economy changes, workers will need portable benefits to allow them to move nimbly from one job to another. If all workers are expected to balance work and family, we need to offer them real wage replacement paid leave so they can pay the bills. I'm proud to be an original sponsor of the Family Act, which does precisely that. The Family Act uses a well-tested mechanism to allow all workers to earn paid leave protection by making small monthly contributions. By contrast, I'm concerned about the proposals that would force new parents to choose between paid leave and Social Security benefits they need to protect their families and to have a secure retirement. For example, using analysis from the Social Security Chief Actuary, the committee estimates that under such proposals, a medium-earning new mom who took paid leave for the birth of 2 children would receive about $11,000 in paid leave benefits and then have her Social Security benefits cut by $29,000. American workers, employers, and the American economy need comprehensive paid family and medical leave now. I want to thank our witnesses for joining us here today. We look forward to working with our colleagues to advance workable solutions for American families. With that, let me recognize the ranking member, Mr. Brady, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Neal, for calling this important hearing today, and welcome to our members of Congress here to testify. We have a strong economy thanks to the economic and regulatory reforms put forward by Republicans and President Trump, including a long-awaited tax reform. But as American families get off the sidelines and back to work, lawmakers have an opportunity to make it easier for them to balance the competing demands of work and family through an effective paid family leave policy. If we do it right, we can allow moms and dads to pursue their careers while building strong and thriving families. Paid family leave is an issue that the President, Republicans, Democrats alike all agree is crucial. We've succeeded in providing greater opportunities for all Americans, and now we can provide greater support for their families as parents rejoin the workforce. Thousands of families welcome a new child into their home each day, whether by birth, by adoption, as with our family, or as foster parents. Other families take on the important work of taking care of an aging relative. Every family situation is unique. I know today our Democrat colleagues want to discuss one Democratic proposal, but Republicans have many proposals and thoughtful ones on paid family leave, and we have a proven track record of supporting America's working families. Republicans support expanding access to paid family and medical leave, and we should embrace proven policies that give workers in the 21st century flexibility at their jobs, not a smaller paycheck for life. In 2017, we doubled the child tax credit, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and expanded it to millions more Americans. In 2018 alone, 39 million families benefited from the credit, receiving an average of $2,200 per family. Republicans also created the first ever national policy on paid family medical leave by creating the Family Medical Leave Tax Credit. This policy incentivizes more job creators to offer workers up to 12 weeks of paid family and medical leave. Last year, we successfully fought and worked with our Democrat colleagues to extend that credit for an additional year. For the first time, as part of the Bipartisan Secure Act, we were able to include in the final law a new baby savings provision. This will allow millions of parents to borrow and replenish from their savings plan to pay for expenses, including leave from work, for new babies and adoptions. And finally, it would be foolish for us not to recognize the gains families have enjoyed in the Trump economy. Our jobs market is the envy of the world. Wages are growing, particularly for women and lower income. Businesses of all sizes are offering more generous benefit packages to attract and retain workers, including with programs like paid leave. These accomplishments are important parts of the spectrum of solutions needed to support America's families in raising the next generation. I think the worst thing we could do as policymakers is reverse these historic economic gains workers are experiencing through massive tax hikes, especially on their paychecks. And that's our concern. The leading Democrat proposal for paid leave, the Family Act, is a huge tax hike that American workers who are living from paycheck to paycheck can't afford. Democrats, our colleagues, claim the Family Act will be fully paid for by just a 0.4% payroll tax increase, equivalent to just, quote, the cost of a cup of coffee per week. But the nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation sees another way and proves that wrong. They estimate the true cost of the Family Act will require a substantial new payroll tax increase anywhere between 2.7 and 3.1%. I'd like to submit this letter from the Joint Committee for the record.
So ordered.
So put it in perspective. This would cost an average worker making $50,000 a year well over $1,500 a year in new taxes. Put it this way. A family with 2 teachers would pay $120,000 more in payroll taxes over their career. $120,000, whether they use the program or not. That could buy an awful lot of diapers, groceries, and college costs. Americans deserve a paid family leave plan that helps families and small businesses, not a one-size-fits-all Washington mandate, which is why Republicans are working, and Ways and Means Republicans are working with their colleagues on a plan that will increase access to paid leave, will build on what's already working, and will ensure families can choose what works for them. We believe we need to evaluate the incentives we have in place today to encourage expansion of employer-provided paid leave, making permanent the paid family and medical leave tax credit. We should also continue to empower our job creators so they can tailor paid leave plans that fit their workers' needs, not Washington's. We also know many small and mid-sized businesses simply can't afford to offer formal paid leave benefits. We should focus on them, increasing access to private insurance options, making it easier for small businesses to pool together to lower their costs. We agree with Chairman Neal, low-wage workers are also at a disadvantage and the least likely to have access to paid leave through an employer, just as they're benefiting most from the surge in wages in the new economy. They may have to take on debt or put off bills to cover lost wages after the birth of a baby. Federal efforts, we should focus on these low-income families, particularly families in at-risk communities where paid leave can contribute to better health for new moms and their babies. And Mr. Chairman, I'm going a little over time here, and I apologize. Need to raise one last issue. As a minority, we have few rights in the House, and later this week, the full House will vote to repeal a previously passed authorization for the use of military force. Regrettably, Speaker Pelosi will use a procedure that blocks one of the few rights granted the minority, the motion recommit. I think silencing the minority on one of the most crucial issues we in Congress can address, the process of going to war, is just wrong. And I want to respectfully and strongly raise my objections to that. With that, look forward to hearing from the witnesses. Thank you for calling this hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. And without objection, all members' opening statements will be made a part of the record. Let me now introduce our witnesses. We have 2 distinguished panels of witnesses here today. We will begin with our member panel and then move to our panel of outside experts and industry representatives. On the first panel, I have the honor of welcoming 3 of our esteemed colleagues. First, we will hear from Representative Rosa DeLauro from the 3rd District of Connecticut. Representative DeLauro has been a long-time champion for working families throughout her career. Next, we will have Representative Ann Wagner from the 2nd District in Missouri. Representative Wagner serves as vice-ranking member of the House Financial Services Committee and the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Finally, we will hear from Representative Elise Stefanik, representing the 21st District of New York. She serves on the House Armed Services Committee, the Committee on Education and Labor, and the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. With that, Mr. Lauro, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate being here today, and to Ranking Member Brady, thank you as well for welcoming me here today, as well as I want to recognize the chair of the Worker and Family Support Subcommittee, Congressman Danny Davis. I appreciate all of you and all of the members. To start, I also would like to take a moment to honor the late Congressman Pete Stark. He was a longtime leader of the Ways and Means Subcommittee on Health. And I want to, before I introduce the Family Act, I worked with Pete on it. His staff and mine worked on this for years, ahead of introduction. I relied on his expertise on paid leave, and without him, I doubt we would have been able to fashion the bill that we have today. But now paid leave is finally at the center of our public discourse. The issue and the environment have collided. The Ways and Means Committee has hosted one full committee hearing on paid leave, one subcommittee hearing, and now this one. Chairman Neal and Davis have taken this issue to the forefront of the agenda for Ways and Means, and we are closer than ever to making this a reality for families. And none of this would be possible without the coalition led by the National Partnership for Women and Families. They have fought tooth and nail to bring this issue to the forefront, building on their legacy of securing the Family and Medical Leave Act, the most consequential social policy enacted into law in the last 30 years. The biggest economic challenge of our time is that people's pay is not keeping up with skyrocketing costs. Few can afford to lose several weeks' worth of wages, whether for an ill loved one or the birth of a child. It pushes them over the edge. Yet, few have the support they need in the form of paid leave. In fact, fewer than 40% of working people have access to paid leave for a serious personal illness. Only 19% have access to paid leave to care for a family member. And while more and more states, as well as private businesses, are implementing paid leave, it should not depend on your zip code. Paid leave is an economic necessity critical for economic security. This is an issue that's very personal to me. In 1986, I was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. I was working for the then Senator Christopher Dodd. I went to him on a Thursday and told him I would be hospitalized on Sunday, and also said to him I didn't know whether or not I was ever coming back. And what did the senator say to me? He said, "Rosa, go and get well, no matter how long it takes. You are still my chief of staff. You do not have to worry about your paycheck." I was a staff member, 3 kids in school, and we were concerned about how we were going to be able to make it. And with the support of my family and my friends, and yes, my employer, by the grace of God and biomedical research, I recovered, and I have been cancer-free for over 30 years. 2 years ago, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 2 years ago, my mother was dying, 103 years old. Boy, was she a feisty person. I got to be by her side. She was also on the city council for 35 years in the city of New Haven. But I got to be by her side for 6 weeks, every day and every night. I could do so. No one told me as a member of Congress that your job isn't there, that you're not going to get a paycheck. It was a blessing that cannot be there just for staffers or for members of Congress. The United States needs a national paid family leave policy, and we need it now. So after 3 years of careful deliberation and a coalition building, I introduced the Family Act with Senator Kirsten Gillibrand in 2013. The Family Act sets out a gold standard for paid leave for working people, provides up to 12 weeks of partial wages to take time away to address a serious personal or family health issue, to care for a newborn or newly adopted child, or for circumstances arising from a loved one's military deployment or serious injury. It is self-funded through payroll contributions from employers and employees of just 0.2%, 2 cents per $10 in wages. As a record 203 co-sponsors in the House, 34 in the Senate. It is bipartisan, so we're similar proposals in the states. So far, 9 states, including the District of Columbia, have passed paid leave programs. They go even further in terms of leave duration. Family members covered, wage replacement offered, or employment protections. We can learn from those innovations, and we can learn from the businesses who support paid leave. Main Street Alliance, American Sustainable Business Council, close to 100 businesses or business leaders support the Family Act. I'm so glad to see my colleagues on the other side of the aisle supporting paid leave in such form, because the issue is nonpartisan. It is important proposals, however, do not harm people in the process. Many of the proposals as currently written will force workers to put their retirement in jeopardy by taking from Social Security or putting families with young children at risk when they need that help the most. Income support only for new parents is not enough. 75% of workers who take FMLA currently do so to address the serious health condition of their own or a loved one. Let us provide paid leave the families and workers need and they deserve. Celebrating middle-class families is not enough. We need to elevate them, and we can do that with the Family Act. I apologize for going over time, and thank you very much for allowing me to be here this morning.
Thank you, Ms. DeLauro, and you should know that reference that you made to Chris Dodd. I've had 3 cases in my offices over my time here, and I handled it exactly the way Chris Dodd handled it. With that, let me recognize the gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Wagner.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady, for hosting this hearing. And I appreciate your commitment to finding solutions for American families, along with the dedication and leadership of my colleagues, Representative DeLauro and Representative Stefanik. I am encouraged to see both Republicans and Democrats coming to the table with rolled up sleeves. As a mother, a grandmother, and an employer of young parents, I know that having a baby is both a time of great joy and often anxiety. Along with rent and groceries, parents are now paying for medical bills, diapers, car seats, and countless baby supplies. With sleepless nights, the hospital recovery, and figuring out how to feed and bathe a baby, the last thing a new parent should have to worry about is whether one is going to lose a job or miss a paycheck. Evidence demonstrates that maternity leave reduces infant mortality and improves mothers' health, lowering the risk of depression and birth complications. Paternity leave improves a father's connection to his child. I wrote the New Parents Act 2 years ago in consultation with Senator Marco Rubio to start building consensus on a budget-neutral parental leave program that can become law. My legislation essentially allows parents to take an advance from their future earnings to finance up to 3 months of parental leave, and the specifics are in my written testimony. I'm encouraged that Senators Cassidy and Sinema and Representatives Allred, Cunningham, Stefanik, and Harara Butler have recently adopted the general model and introduced a similar plan that would give parents a financial option when they welcome a new child into their lives. I am also encouraged that thanks to the strong economy, more and more companies are providing new benefits to employees and their families. In fact, according to a 2018 Bureau of Labor Statistics data, the vast majority of Americans do have access to parental leave of some type, only it's often unpaid. In small private industry establishments, and these are important figures, in small industry establishments with up to 50 workers, 80% of workers have access to unpaid leave. At establishments with 50 to 99 workers, that number jumps to 88%. And in establishments with 100 to 500 workers, they offer unpaid leave to 95% of workers. To be clear, some of these employers also have paid leave options, with only 25%, though, of civilian workforce receiving paid leave. But the problem we face is that many new moms and dads have the ability to take time off unpaid, but are unable to take advantage of it because they can't afford it. Almost half of American families live paycheck to paycheck, making it difficult to take unpaid leave. And 17% of families without paid parental leave end up turning to public assistance when they have to take time off from work after having a child. This number jumps to 48% among parents making less than $30,000. We need to help these families make ends meet when they bring life into the world. And depending on how Congress crafts a program, offering families financial options during this time can extend the time parents spend with their children, save taxpayer money, and empower parents to eventually return to work. If we are serious about expanding parental leave options, we must pursue flexible and targeted solutions that will fill in gaps for Americans who need help the most. There are many options beyond a one-size-fits-all entitlement program that layers over states and burdens companies that already offer paid leave. There are tailored options that do not disproportionately burden low-income families in order to benefit families with more opportunity, more savings, and financial security, or those already receiving paid leave. Progressive voluntary benefit options like the New Parents Act and the Advancing Support for Women for Working Families Act offer parents choice, freedom, and flexibility without imposing small business mandates or raising taxes on low-income Americans and workers who choose not to or cannot have children. I appreciate the diversity of viewpoints in this room, and I look forward to working with committee members on both sides of the aisle to further develop ideas that would expand access to paid leave and help moms and dads during one of life's most precious and exceptional moments. And I thank you.
We thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Stefanik, to proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the Ways and Means Committee for the opportunity today to testify with my colleagues. It is encouraging to see strong bipartisan interest in this important issue and multiple ideas on how Congress can help hardworking families access paid leave. Our workforce in America has been transformed in the 21st century. As women now hold the majority of jobs in this country, more jobs are conducted remotely, and younger workers increasingly value flexibility in their work arrangements. Developing solutions to help new parents and working families thrive in this modern workforce is necessary for the continued economic success of our nation and the well-being of the next generation of Americans. Parental bonding is critical to a newborn's health and early development, yet many new parents cannot afford significant time off without income. In 2016, roughly 37% of Americans had to take on debt to cover parental leave. Still, 41% were forced to cut their leave time short due to these financial constraints. Our hardworking families deserve better. Last year, I was proud to introduce H.R. 5296, the Advancing Support for Working Families Act, with Congressman Allred, Senator Cassidy, Senator Sinema, and a bipartisan group of colleagues from both chambers. Our bill delivers the first bipartisan and bicameral plan to help hardworking families now by funding paid parental leave, infant care, or other critical first-year expenses, and does it without raising taxes or creating new federal mandates. Under this proposal, new parents would have the option of advancing up to $5,000 from their future child tax credits immediately upon the birth or adoption of a child, and then would receive an adjusted credit for the next 10 years. Parents can currently claim an annual child tax credit of up to $2,000 for each child under the age of 17. So new parents who utilize the whole $5,000 advance would receive an adjusted child tax credit of up to $1,500 annually for the following 10 years. Importantly, parents who are not eligible for the full refundable portion of the child tax credit under current law would still have the option to bring forward an amount equal to 12 weeks of full wage replacement. To limit any potential burden for these families, their offset would be spread over a longer 15-year window. Why does this bipartisan effort work for American families? First, our solution does not create a new federal program, and it does not raise taxes on workers. It simply improves the popular and successful child tax credit to better match the individual needs of new families. Child-related expenses can be particularly high during a child's first year, so families should be free to utilize the child tax credit when they need it the most. Giving new parents control over the timing of this critical benefit makes it more responsive to the realities facing hardworking Americans. Second, this solution is fully compatible and complementary to state and local paid leave laws that exist in a patchwork across the country, including in my home state of New York. It does not reduce the amount of paid leave New York workers receive, but gives families the option for additional cash to cover expenses like childcare or medical bills. Additionally, it provides a paid leave option to newer workers and the self-employed who may fall outside of the coverage under state laws. Third, our solution enhances the positive trend of private sector employers providing greater benefits to their workers, including paid family leave. The strong economy has elevated workers and put the onus on companies to do more to attract and retain skilled workers, and paid leave has improved retention, productivity, and morale. A family's choice to advance some of their child tax credit is their own, and it does not reduce the strong incentive on the private sector to do more for their workers and provide benefits like paid family leave. Nor does it abdicate the responsibility from the many employers who already offer paid leave to their employees. As Congress considers the various legislation on this issue, I would urge my colleagues not to pit proposals against each other, but instead weigh each innovative proposal individually on its merits. With our bill, I believe the question to ask yourself is simple. Are there families in your district who would be better off if they had the option to advance support in that critical first year of parenthood? I know that for families across New York's 21st district, my answer is a clear yes. With that, I yield back.
We thank the gentlelady. Without objection, I would also like to enter into the record a statement submitted by the lead sponsor of H.R. 5296, Representative Colin Reed of Texas. Mr. Allard notes in his statement that while H.R. 5296 would provide support to new families, it should not be considered the solution to the nation's need for a paid leave policy. So I want to thank all of you for your testimony. If members of the committee have questions for our panelists, now's the time. Recognize the ranking member, Mr. Brady.
So I just want a brief comment. So, Representative DeLauro, it comes as a shock to absolutely no one that your mom was feisty.
She was an equal opportunity antagonist to every mayor in the city of New Haven.
Well, I suspect that if we looked into the families of Miss Wagner and Miss Stefanik, we'd find the exact same gene in there. I just want to, that's right. So for your wonderful moms, thank you all for being feisty about trying to find the right solutions for how we provide access to paid medical leave for our workers. Thank you for that.
If I could for 1 second, I would be remiss if I didn't say a thank you to one of the members of this subcommittee who served in the Connecticut legislature and was a forerunner of family and medical leave, and that's John Larson. He did so in the Connecticut state legislature, worked with Senator Dodd on the legislation. So just wanted to mention one of your colleagues. Thank you. Thank you very, very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Are there other questions for our panelists? We want to thank you for your testimony today, and out of respect for your schedule and consistent with past practices, we will not ask you to stay. I appreciate you taking the time to appear before us today, and I look forward to all of us continuing the conversation. We will now move to our second panel. Let's give them a moment to take their seats. First, we have Ms. Joan London, the former host of Good Morning America. Next, we will have Ms. Kay-Me Rolai, the Director of Work Equity at the National Employment Law Project. Ms. Sharon Tremaine is the Director of Work and Family Program and Senior Staff Attorney of Legal Aid at Work in California. Next, we will welcome Ms. Rebecca Hamilton, who is the co-CEO of the W.S. Badger Company. Next, we have Ms. Vicki Chabot, a Senior Fellow for Paid Leave Policy and Strategy at the Better Life Lab. And finally, we will hear from Ms. Hadley Heath Manning, the Director of Policy at the Independent Women's Forum. Each of your statements will be made part of the record in their entirety. I would ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes or less, and to help with that time, there is a timing light at your table. When you have 1 minute left, the light will switch from green to yellow, and then finally proceed to red when the 5 minutes are up. Ms. London, you are recognized.
Good morning, Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady and everyone on this committee. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of the Family and Medical Insurance Leave Act. My name is Joan London. I am a journalist. I am also a women and family and caregiving advocate. I'm also a wife and mother to 7 children, and I was the caregiver to my late mother, who suffered from dementia, and to my late brother, who suffered from the many complications of type 2 diabetes. So I'm also part of the sandwich generation, caring for children at the same time as caring for aging parents and ailing siblings, all while working full-time. For me, the juggling act of being a working mom began in 1980 when I became host of Good Morning America just 7 weeks after having my first child. But I was fortunate. I worked for a company, ABC TV, that not only gave me time off when each of my daughters was born, but when I returned to work, I was privileged to be one of the first working women in the country to be allowed to bring my infant daughter to work with me. Those perks were unheard of at the time, but I then started getting boxes of mail from women all over the country saying, we need help like that, but we don't have access to any kind of benefits. Perhaps it was having the good fortune of being in that wonderful position that kind of lit the fire in me to embark on a path as a women and family advocate. Of course, things have changed a lot since 1980. The Family and Medical Leave Act was passed, but that is unpaid leave and doesn't really cover caregiving for everyone. Some states, as we've heard, have passed their own comprehensive paid leave policies, and more companies are now offering paid leave to employees. But as I understand it, fewer than half of American workers currently have access to that kind of employer-provided paid leave. Statistics show us that 1 in 4 moms in this country returns to work just 10 days after childbirth, even though all the research tells us that time off after giving birth results in improved health for babies and parents, both physically and mentally. Our world is quite different today, I think, than the world that we all grew up in, where extended families live close together and we're there for each other in the time of need. Today's world is a mobile one. Families are dispersed. Young people often move far away from home to find work, and that leaves both older parents and young growing families far apart when a crisis hits. According to the Department of Health and Human Services, about half of Americans turning 65 today will develop some kind of a disability that is serious enough that they will require care. What that means is that the number of American workers who will need personal medical leave, either for themselves or for another family member, is only going to increase. We are in the middle of a caregiving crisis, and that is why I so strongly believe that any paid leave policy should address the full range of caregiving needs that families will face. I think it's fair to say that all of us, at some point or another, will have to give or receive care. And let's face it, there's never a good time for a health crisis, whether it's emergency back surgery or tending to an aging parent, or in my case, having treatment for cancer. I will tell you that when you hear those words, you have cancer, you are paralyzed. You know your life is in the balance and you have to attend to your medical attention, but you don't want to lose work. I think people want to work. They want to pay their bills, but far too many are ending up in debt. They shouldn't lose their jobs or their homes in many cases simply because they want to have a baby or care for a family member in need. We need to support families and we need to keep people engaged in our workforce. And paid family and medical leave will support families and employers because they won't have to lose workers when life happens. In the end, not having to make that choice between income and caring for a loved one, I think it will make us all stronger, both at work and at home. And families everywhere are counting on all of you, Congress, to adopt this kind of comprehensive paid leave that will help all of us when we need it the most. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. London. Let me recognize Ms. Rollet to proceed. Put your microphone on, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the committee. I am grateful for the opportunity to testify today and for your attention to this critical issue. I am Kemi Rollet, Director of Work Equity at the National Employment Law Project, a nonprofit research, policy, and capacity building organization that for more than 50 years has sought to ensure that America upholds the promise of opportunity and economic security for all of its workers, including those between jobs who require employment services. NELP has a long history of fighting for social insurance programs that are universal, equitable, and accessible. I'm here today to share with you why the Family Act is such a critical investment for all workers, particularly those often left behind in the legislative process. Let me say at the outset that paid family and medical leave is already a reality in the United States, but only for those people fortunate enough to be in a position to work for an employer who provides it. What I wish to spotlight today are the millions of workers who have been systemically excluded from accessing this benefit. This Congress has the opportunity to ensure that for millions of workers and their families, caring for themselves and/or their families does not put them at risk for financial catastrophe. There is broad agreement that the current reality of who gets paid leave and how they access it is not working, and that it exacerbates inequality. Through NELP's decades of engagement in policy and research, we know that we must center the needs of the most systemically oppressed workers, those traditionally left behind by theoretically universal programs, if we are to truly have an expanded and equitable paid leave program. So-called colorblind policy approaches have ignored a long arc of structural racism, occupational segregation, and harmful narratives about Black and brown workers that curtail job opportunities and benefits for workers. We also can't design a program without acknowledging the reality that the bulk of caregiving work in the country is done by women. These structural issues contribute to the fact that women and people of color are also more likely to be concentrated in low-wage and low-quality jobs that offer fewer protections and workplace supports. We must ensure that paid leave addresses the context that families of color face and doesn't exacerbate the economic, racial, and health inequities that already exist. We can't ignore the reality that in decades past, caregiving work was provided largely by unpaid or poorly paid full-time domestic labor, and that labor was provided overwhelmingly by Black women who were expected to provide poorly compensated caregiving work outside of their own homes. There has been relatively little attention paid to the particular work and family needs of women of color, even though women of color often hold dual roles as breadwinners and caregivers for their families and are the majority of employed caregivers for other families. To ensure that we do not once again exclude home care and domestic workers from essential protections, we must create a paid family and medical leave program that covers all workers. One of the best provisions of the Family Act is its coverage of those working part-time, as well as contingent and self-employed workers and workers for employers of any size. Almost 25 million workers in the US, about 11% of the workforce, receive independent contractor earnings. Generally speaking, worker protections and social insurance programs are struggling to keep up with the dramatic and sweeping changes that are taking place in the way work is characterized and performed. As a result, millions of workers are operating without many of the basic protections that the rest of us take for granted, creating a downward spiral in job quality and threatening the integrity of the structural supports we rely on. Another key aspect of the Family Act is its portability. People are shifting jobs faster than ever before. Low-income workers are especially likely to change jobs due to the frequent churn that is common in low-wage industries, much of which is involuntarily foisted upon workers. Given this reality, if we really want to provide effective paid leave for our workforce, we need to move away from a framework in which benefits are tied to a specific employer. If we maintain a system where credits are built up and then lost during every subsequent change in employment, then we are perpetuating and compounding the inequity inherent in our current system. It is clear that a universal paid leave program is long overdue, which is why NELP supports this committee taking swift action to advance the Family Act. We favor this bill over all other proposals because it is the only one that has several key components that will dramatically expand universal coverage and equity. Paid family leave will actually give workers real choices rather than the illusion of choice that exists now. It could provide a step toward worker freedom, which makes for a more inclusive, better society. Thank you so much for your time and attention today. I'll be pleased to answer any questions you may have today or at a later date. NELP is very excited to work with you all in the partnership to fight to ensure that Congress passes the Family Act.
Thank you, Ms. Rollet. Mr. Mann, you're recognized to proceed, please.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the committee. My name is Sharon Turman, and I direct the Work and Family Program at Legal Aid at Work, a California-based organization that promotes the workplace rights and well-being of families with low incomes. We were among the groups that helped pass California's first-in-the-nation paid family leave law in 2002, and with our partners in the California Work and Family Coalition, we have advocated to make the program more equitable and accessible to those who need it most. I'm pleased to appear before so many members from my home state, including those who have been longstanding champions of paid leave. I'm honored to testify about California's successful paid family leave program, the lessons we've learned over 15 years, and the urgency of passing comprehensive paid leave for all Americans. At Legal Aid at Work, we hear directly from low-wage workers every day who are struggling to keep their jobs and income while caring for themselves or their loved ones. Most of our clients are women of color, and many are single parents who are sandwiched between caring for children and elderly relatives. For them, paid leave is a lifeline, allowing them to heal and tend to their families without risking the paycheck they need to keep a roof overhead and food on the table. We know from a large body of research and our clients' lived experiences that California paid family leave has improved the health, well-being, and economic security of millions of families, especially families with low incomes. Paid leave allows people with serious illnesses to recover. It reduces hospital and nursing home stays. It decreases maternal depression and leads to positive health outcomes for children. And it improves retention of new parents in the workforce, increasing their lifelong earnings and strengthening our economy. We recently heard from Patty, a customer service representative and new mom who was overwhelmed with anxiety when her baby was born at less than 1 percentile birth weight and could not breastfeed. Here is what Patty said. I couldn't imagine not having the paid leave. I'm not sure it would have been possible to deal with all of that along with the stresses of my job. I imagine if it weren't for paid leave, I would have had to quit. There is no way I would have been able to comfortably leave my underweight baby with anyone. In addition to helping families, paid leave is also good for employers. Despite initial business opposition, the overwhelming majority of California employers have reported either positive or neutral effects on their business. For small employers, paid leave levels the playing field, allowing them to compete with bigger businesses. Business groups have not opposed, and some have supported recent expansions to paid leave, all of which have received bipartisan support. While California's paid leave program has been tremendously successful, we also have learned important lessons that should inform national policy. First, the benefit rate must be high enough so that low-wage workers can afford to take leave. Second, paid leave must be job protected so that workers cannot be fired for taking leave. Third, the definition of family must be inclusive to allow extended family and other close loved ones to provide care. The experience of one of our callers shows why each of these elements is so essential. Tamisha is a single mother whose daughter Brooklyn was diagnosed with a malignant brain tumor when she was 5 years old. Tamisha lived in the hospital with Brooklyn while she underwent chemotherapy and radiation. Because Tamisha did not qualify for job protection, she lost her job. Because she did not have high enough wage replacement, she lost her apartment. And because other close family members could not receive paid leave to help her, Tamisha had to bear the burden on her own. Brooklyn is now stable, but Tamisha is still struggling to re-enter the workforce and rents a room in her cousin's home. Her mom, who was retired, had to dip into her savings to support her. This is what Tamisha asked me to tell you. How would you feel if your child or grandchild had cancer? A parent has to be in the hospital. They will not treat your child without an adult. So if it's a single-parent household, how will the mother be able to work and pay bills and keep the lights on and also ensure that their child gets the treatment they need? It's a catch-22. It needs to be changed. Stories like Tamisha's have inspired California policymakers to improve our paid leave program. By listening to families and learning from our state, Congress has the opportunity to establish inclusive, equitable paid leave from the start. The Family Act takes the right approach. Funded sustainably without raiding other essential programs like Social Security, it will create a federal baseline standard for paid leave, allowing everyone to provide or receive care no matter where they live or work. It would provide comprehensive paid leave, covering both bonding for a new child and caring for one's own or loved one's illness. All of us, at some point, will need time to care for ourselves or someone we love. In just the past 5 years, I myself have needed paid leave to recover from breast cancer, bond with my daughter, and care for my mom in the final months and days of her life. These experiences are part of being human. They shouldn't cause financial ruin. It's time for Congress to pass the Family Act. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Ms. Hamilton is recognized to proceed, please.
Thank you. Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to share my story. My name is Rebecca Hamilton, and I am the co-CEO of the W.S. Badger Company. We are a small, family-owned and run, mission-driven company based in rural New Hampshire. Today, with 100 employees, we manufacture a wide range of organic personal care products that are sold globally. We actively strive to create a family-friendly workplace where all of our employees are treated as valuable members of our community. We provide a living starting wage of $15 an hour, and our benefits include 5 weeks of paid family and medical leave beyond the mandatory FMLA, 2 weeks of paid family caregiver leave, long and short-term disability, 23 paid vacation days, 14 paid holidays, 40 hours of paid health leave, an annual wellness fund of $1,000 to cover expenses not covered by medical benefits, flexible work schedules, a Babies at Work program, subsidized childcare that is near on-site, and a free organic lunch that's served daily during a paid half-hour break. We offer these benefits not only because it aligns with our mission as a family-friendly workplace, but also because it makes good business sense. Badger has been in business for 25 years, and offering generous benefits such as paid leave has resulted in a near zero rate of turnover and very low rates of absenteeism. Federal paid leave would be a game changer for many working families, and it would level the playing field for the millions of small businesses nationwide that are struggling to attract and retain engaged, skilled workers. The most effective paid leave policy for small businesses is a social insurance program where small businesses have low, predictable contributions rather than having to cover the cost of paid leave themselves. We are well aware that not every employer can afford to offer the level of benefits that we do, and that not every employee is fortunate enough to work for a business that can provide paid time off to care for a family member or loved one. However, no one should have to choose between earning a paycheck and caring for a sick child, a loved one, an ailing parent, or taking care of their own health. I want to share a story of a Badger employee, Emily Hall Warren. She is the mother of 3 young boys, taking paid leave care for her husband diagnosed with cancer. Emily has worked at Badger for over 8 years and is a valuable member of our team. Her husband, Bill, is self-employed, and her salary and health benefits are critical for their family. In November of 2017, Emily Hall Warren's husband, Bill, was diagnosed with stage 4 metastasized thyroid cancer. As a mother of 3 active school-aged children, being able to take paid time off to care for her husband was an incredible benefit to both of them, both emotionally and financially. Like most self-employed workers, Bill did not have disability insurance. Paid FMLA allowed her to take time off to be with Bill in the hospital, to attend follow-up appointments, to care for their children solo while Bill recovered. Without this benefit, either Bill's health, her children's care, or her job would have suffered. With the benefit, she was able to move more easily through a really trying time for her family. Everyone, from her family to us, her employer, were able to benefit from this outcome. At Badger, we recognize how important comprehensive paid family and medical leave is to workers, and how an inclusive paid leave policy is necessary to support and retain valued employees, like Emily and like others. We didn't want her to have to choose between the health of her family and our commitment to our business. Giving her the space to care for her family meant that she didn't have to make that choice. We have prioritized this benefit for our employees, and we have seen the return on investment, both through cost savings and a healthier, happier, and more productive workforce. We proudly support paid FMLA, and we believe in the need for strong and comprehensive national paid leave policy that covers all working people. Thank you for listening and for providing this forum for discussion on such a critical nationwide issue.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton, and you should know Congresswoman Custer promotes your products.
Thank you.
Ms. Chabot is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Neal. Good morning. Chairman, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the committee. My name is Vicki Chabot, and I'm a Senior Fellow for Paid Leave Policy and Strategy at New America's Better Life Lab. The testimony we've heard today illustrates people's need for paid leave across their lifespans, and it reminds us that paid leave is a healthcare issue as well as an economic security and a labor force imperative. Today, just 19% of workers have paid family leave through their jobs. Only 40% are covered by short-term disability insurance products offered by their employer. 113 million people are left behind. Paid leave programs are in place or will soon be in place in 8 states and DC, but that leaves 42 states, people, and residents behind. Access to paid leave shouldn't depend on where you live, where you work, or your job. And listening to the other speakers here today, Republican and Democrat, left and right, I think it's safe to say that we're unified in our pursuit of a national solution. But how we get there, whether we address only some families' care needs rather than recognizing the sanctity of all families, whether we consign some workers and businesses to uncertainty by excluding them or bring everyone in, whether we finance a plan by forcing people to make trade-offs between their current needs and their future financial security, rather than creating a sustainably funded, inclusive program, are questions that you must resolve. I have a strong view on the right approach based on a decade of helping lawmakers, advocates, and businesses shape policies that now provide security and certainty to tens of millions of people and their loved ones. I believe the Bipartisan Family Act is the right approach if we're serious about achieving higher labor force participation, higher earnings for women and their families, and a culture that makes it more possible for men to be caregivers. The Family Act is the right approach if we're serious about reducing healthcare costs, improving health outcomes, stimulating business productivity, and strengthening the economy. The Family Act is the right approach if we're seeking to close gaps in gender, racial, and economic inequalities, as well as gaps among urban, suburban, and rural America in terms of access to care and economic opportunity. But we won't close these gaps or achieve these outcomes with more of the status quo, where access to paid leave depends on employers. The 2017 tax credit did nothing to create greater equality and access to benefits, and in fact, disparities have grown. We won't close these gaps by leaving unaddressed the needs of 75% of FMLA takers who are caring not for a new child, but dealing with their own serious health issue or caring for a loved one. We won't close these gaps by forcing new parents to take substantial and unconscionable Social Security benefit cuts in exchange for paid leave. We'll only exacerbate disparities because women, low-income people, and people of color are both less likely to have paid leave now and most likely to rely on Social Security benefits in retirement. The child tax credit new baby loan similarly assumes that the only source of revenue available is workers' own future financial security, and it forces immediate trade-offs at a time when child care costs are highest. The Bipartisan Family Act covers all workers for all FMLA reasons with 12 weeks of paid leave that's responsibly and sustainably funded. It would make paid leave available to workers across the country and wage spectrum while still providing states and employers with flexibility to provide more generous benefits. Creating a national plan that's inclusive of all FMLA reasons is consistent with every state program. In fact, the Business Roundtable recently released a letter asking Congress to act on comprehensive national paid leave. Moreover, valuing all types of care will help to bring people together across generations, fuel a sense of empathy, diminish a risk of resentment, and ensure everyone's stake in contributing to this earned benefit. As drafted, the Family Act would have dramatic effects on families, reducing economic insecurity by a whopping 81% nationwide when a main breadwinner needs 12 weeks of family or medical leave. But there's room for improvement. When the Family Act was first introduced in 2013, it was more generous than either of the two then existing paid leave programs. Now it is comparatively modest compared to all 9. Program assessments, including those that skeptics cite to argue against the Family Act, actually make explicit suggestions about eligibility, wage replacement rules, and employment protections to better serve low-wage workers. There are a few key adjustments I'd recommend as you mark up this bill. First, with respect to family caregiving. The Family Act currently embraces the FMLA's definition and adds domestic partners, but to provide maximum flexibility to families, as we all agree that they need, and as every state has done, the committee should consider making the definition of family in the bill more inclusive. This would disproportionately help Black and Latinx families, LGBTQ people, and people with disabilities and their caregivers. Second, with respect to wage replacement, the Family Act's current 2/3 wage replacement is the minimum that researchers believe is required to serve all workers, but their gold star recommendation is 80%. Most states have adopted progressive wage replacement so that low-income workers have a higher share of their wages replaced. And finally, anti-retaliation protections are quite important. Most states have embraced stronger language than the Family Act, including full job protection. There are other tweaks to consider in my testimony, including to eligibility rules. But I want to leave you with this. Investing in paid leave is an investment in a brighter future. The Family Act would greatly improve the quality of life for America's families, create certainty for everyone, and boost labor force participation and the country's economy. I look forward to answering your questions and to helping you and your staff as you craft legislation.
Thank you, Ms. Chabot. Ms. Manning is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady and members of the committee for including me in this important discussion today. My name is Hadley Heath Manning, and I am the Policy Director for Independent Women's Forum. I'm also the mother of 2 young children, and I've taken 2 paid maternity leaves myself in the last 4 years, so I can appreciate personally the importance of this issue. In my role at IWF, I also manage a group of female employees, and I have 2 direct reports who will be giving birth at the same time this spring. So I understand how this issue impacts employers as well. That said, I want to agree with all my fellow panelists that expanding access to paid family and medical leave is a noble goal. The real issue that we're here to discuss today is how. How do we expand access to this benefit without creating new burdens and new distortions? My fellow panelists have been very positive on the Family Act, proposed legislation that would impose a new payroll tax on all workers to fund benefits for those who qualify. I want to offer a different, more critical perspective on this approach, and I hope redirect the conversation toward better solutions. Lawmakers and the American people should be aware that the Family Act comes with serious policy trade-offs, risks, and downsides. Namely, such a program will exacerbate inequality, backfire on workers, and reduce overall economic opportunity. First, let's talk about inequality. Government-paid family and medical leave programs, like the Family Act, have been shown in other places to distribute money from low-income workers to upper-income people. Studies from California, New Jersey, Canada, Sweden, Iceland, Belgium, and Norway all demonstrate this effect. As scholars concluded in Norway, these programs constitute a, quote, pure leisure transfer to middle and income families at the expense of some of the least well-off in society, end quote. This is regressive, not progressive. Given that the problem of a lack of paid family medical leave is most pronounced among low-income people, lawmakers should not establish a program that disadvantages this group further. I know that the intention of the Family Act is to help and not hurt low-income people, but we must judge policy by results and not intentions. Furthermore, the Family Act would unfairly burden families with stay-at-home parents and caregivers, as well as childless families who have less need of caregiving and parental leave benefits. Secondly, the Family Act would backfire on workers, particularly women, by reducing the incentive for employers to offer customized paid leave packages and increasing the incentive for workplace discrimination. The Family Act prescribes a one-size-fits-all taxpayer-funded paid leave benefit. Employers will focus on compliance with this government-mandated benefit rather than offering individualized and customized paid leave benefits that respond more directly to workers' needs. And the Family Act will encourage discrimination, particularly against women. The availability of government-provided paid leave benefits will increase perceptions among employers that women will take longer and more frequent leaves from work, and this will widen the gender wage gap. In fact, Pew Research has documented the strong positive correlation between more generous paid family leave programs and wider gender pay gaps, pointing to data from 16 OECD countries. Thirdly and finally, the Family Act will burden workers with a new tax and reduce overall economic opportunity. The funding mechanism for the Family Act is a new payroll tax, a regressive tax, which, regardless of how it is split between employers and employees, will ultimately be borne by workers. The Congressional Budget Office recognizes, as do most economists, that employees ultimately pay the cost of payroll taxes levied on employers in the form of reduced wages. And the funding mechanism for the Family Act is not its only economic cost. Businesses face a real burden when employees are not present at their jobs. While we want workers to have the option to take leave when they have a family or medical emergency, we also have to recognize that the flip side for employers is greater absenteeism and greater labor force uncertainty. These costs on employers will ultimately suppress job creation, wage growth, and economic opportunity for everyone. Given these risks and downsides associated with the Family Act, lawmakers should consider other approaches to expanding paid family and medical leave. Rather than instituting a universal one-size-fits-all policy, lawmakers should focus any government intervention on helping those who need support most, while otherwise allowing businesses and employees to continue to find their own personalized solutions that work best for them. IWF has been proud to advance innovative policy solutions that are voluntary, that are flexible, and that don't increase the tax burden on America's working families. These should be the principles that we work toward in developing and advancing policies for paid family and medical leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manning. We will now proceed to questioning under the 5-minute rule. Consistent with committee practice, I will recognize those members present at the time that the gavel came down. Let me begin by recognizing myself. Ms. London, thank you for being here today. You testified that ABC was willing to give you paid leave and other support you needed to balance your work and your family, and that helped you advance your career. But you also point out that you've heard often from viewers whose experience were very different. Could you tell us more about some of those stories?
You know, back then there wasn't Facebook or email, so it was boxes and boxes and boxes that just kept coming in from women all across the country that said, you know, this is a step in the right direction, and it's something that's visible so that employers see it. But we all need help, and what are we supposed to do? And here we are, I think that's 40 years later, and we're really still asking that question, what are they all supposed to do? And these days I hear from people literally day in and day out, just the other day I heard from a couple, and she got late-stage cancer. She had to quit her job, but the husband was the only one around to take care of her. He had to leave. He lost his job because he spent so much time with her, and now they're losing their home, and they're in what's called medical bankruptcy. I hear these stories all the time, whether it's, you know, a young mother trying to have a child, or really more often today I hear about it, whether it's a daughter, a granddaughter, or whoever taking care of an older parent who's aging, and they're the only ones around. And often they don't even tell their employer that they're taking on, that they're staying up all night, you know, with a sick parent, and then coming into work during the day. That employer thinks they're just not focused or they don't care enough, but they're afraid to even say anything because they're afraid they'll be passed over for a promotion, for a raise. I mean, we're in a terrible situation. The only thing I really worry about is that if we kind of kick the can down the road, these people that we're really talking about, not people who work for big companies with great paid leave programs or in states, you know, that have a comprehensive program, but these people that we're talking about, they're the ones that are going to absolutely depend on that Social Security when they get there. I hear all the time that what they're doing, quite often, boomers like me, are taking out of their own retirement savings in order to care for parents who are in their 90s that never expected to live that long and didn't provide for themselves. So that is, I think, just exacerbating the problem, which is why we've got to somehow help the families now when they need it.
Thank you. Ms. Chabot, I've been very interested in labor participation rates, as this committee will testify, and the best way to increase labor force participation, which is lagging, and it's an underreported part of America's economic ecology. Would you discuss what happened to labor force participation in states that have enacted comprehensive paid leave?
Yes, thank you for the question. Labor force participation is really, really important. We want people to be working. We want to especially make it possible for women to contribute as fully as they can to the economy. We want to create opportunities for men to provide care so that women can be part of the labor force and maximize their value in that way. In states like California, where women have now had access, people have now had access to paid leave for more than 15 years, there are numerous studies that show that when women have access to paid leave, they are more likely to return to work, they are more likely to have higher wages in the year after a child's birth. The most recent study shows that maternal detachment from the labor force decreased by 20 to 50%. After California's paid leave program went into place. And we know that by making some enhancements to wage replacement rate and job protection, we can even improve labor force participation rates more and create more equitable leave taking across the spectrum. The other thing that's really important about this is we know from international studies that when men take leave to care for a new child, women have earnings that are 7% higher. And so creating equitable leave taking, gender equal leave taking also with respect to caregiving, where similarly in California, women are more likely to be working after, as your opening statement said. Labor force participation and paid leave are highly correlated.
Thank you. Ms. Hamilton, nationally we see that a lot of higher paid professional workers, although not enough of them, are offered paid family leave by their employers. But lower paid workers, including service workers and factory workers, are not. At W.S. Badger, you provide paid leave to all your employees from top to bottom. How does that affect your bottom line? And would it be easier for you to offer your workers paid leave if you and your family workers could pay into a fund like one created by the Family Act and then draw benefits as needed?
We've made a decision that we were going to offer paid family leave across the board because we recognize the long-term benefit. As a family-owned and operated business, we're not just looking at quarterly profits as the only indicator of success. We're looking at having a business that's going to be around for multiple generations. And our employees have an average stay at Badger of 7 years. Many of them are over 10 years. And so when we're looking at offering leave, that short amount of time that we're offering to support each of our employees ends up building a relationship that's much longer and in the end helps us be more successful as a business.
Thank you. With that, let me recognize the ranking member, Mr. Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again to all of our witnesses today. We have a common goal, and I think if I look at the dais up here, Republicans and Democrats, and back home as a former Chamber of Commerce executive, I watched our local businesses work hard to accommodate the needs of their workers, whether it is for children or for aging parents. So we share that common goal. I think our focus, the big gaps in America seem to be workers who are at small and medium-sized businesses seem to face the biggest challenges. And as Chairman said, low-income workers. I think that's where our focus ought to be. We do have a concern that a federal mandate that's accompanied by smaller paychecks can have unintended consequences. The thought of 2 teachers paying $120,000 in higher taxes, smaller paychecks, over their career, or 2 millennials with successful careers paying over $200,000, that could, whether they use the program or not, is a concern for us. So we're looking for solutions that both keep people in the workforce, keep their paychecks growing. I noticed on labor participation rate that 6 of the states with mandated family leave have their women have lower than the national average labor participation rate. California, New York, Washington, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Connecticut, their workers participate, women workers, less than the national average. And I noticed a study published by the National Bureau of Economic Research, recent one, concluded that California's paid family leave program, good news is increased time with family. That, woohoo, that's what we want. But it also reduced female employment by 7% and lowered their annual wages by 8%. That's what we don't want. So, Ms. Manning, from your understanding of these programs, how do we do both? Encourage female workers to participate in the workforce, but design a program where companies can tailor and customize it to their workers, where their paychecks grow and their opportunities grow as well. What is your thoughts?
You know, when it comes to labor force participation, of course, more is better, but we also ought to ask ourselves the question, why? Why are workers not participating in the workforce? And in some cases, for example, working moms with young children, sometimes it's an intentional choice that they choose to take time out of the labor force. And in fact, the study that you mentioned out of California, some critics of the study have said, well, this is because the first wave of women to take advantage of the new program in California were mostly upper income women. And that goes back to the distributionary effect that I mentioned, that these programs disproportionately benefit upper income women. And in those cases, maybe those families have the flexibility to use a phrase riffing on Sheryl Sandberg, to lean out a little bit and to trade some higher wages for more time with family. And if that's the preference of women workers, then that's something we ought to applaud. Really, I believe the goal of policymakers should be to foster an economy and to foster a country where people can live in accordance with their own preferences. And if that is participating in the workforce and leaning in and having a full-time job, then that should be available to workers. The problem is when we institute policy like the Family Act, we're basing this on the presumption that every family looks the same and that every worker has the same value for the same benefits. Each of the policies that we heard discussed in the first panel will come with trade-offs. The Family Act assumes that all workers are willing to accept the same trade-off. The other policies that we're discussing put those trade-offs in the hands of workers and families.
So to your point, I think in the states with federally mandated or state-mandated programs, it's often individuals in the lowest income bracket that receive these benefits. So, and as Republicans, we're looking at how do we look at the social safety net federal government currently provides and adjust them, redesign them so that we can incentivize employers who have those low-income workers to offer those benefits. In other words, really focus it on those groups. Any advice on what kind of design that would look like?
Certainly, I think we should look first to reforming existing programs. The Family Act would establish a new program with a new payroll tax, a new economic burden, whereas we have myriad programs at the federal level that are aimed at helping women, family, children's child care and development. We looked at those programs and tried to catch families at this crisis point, keeping them out of dependence on other forms of government assistance. That would be a better approach than creating a new program.
Great, thank you. And again, I want to stress, this is an issue I think Republicans and Democrats can work together on. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to share with my colleagues this morning some of the Texans who would benefit directly from approval of the Family Act. When John and Lenny Scott from Cibolo came by my Washington office last October with their newborn, John summed up what is at stake here today, I think, very perfectly in saying, my work is my work, but my child is my heart. Without federal action to establish a comprehensive paid family and medical leave act policy, Americans will face the impossible choice between choosing between their health or the health and well-being of a loved one, someone that they care about, and just being able to pay their bills. In Texas, even unpaid leave under the existing Family Medical Leave Act is inaccessible for 62% of working Texans. We just restate the significance of that. A majority of people who work in Texas today cannot even access unpaid leave under the Family Medical Leave Act that we have. A group that called themselves the Texas Dadvocates and their families came by to visit about this issue and share their stories about the need for Congress to act on paid leave.
Going to D.C. to talk about paternity leave and the importance of that for the nation.
Kevin Denny has a 23-month-old and is expecting a baby girl due on November 6th. But his current employer offers no paid paternity or maternity leave.
I started a petition to say, hey, we probably should have this here. We're big enough to at least afford it. Why don't we have this? Why don't we offer that?
And he went a step further.
I connected with paidleave.us and I said, hey, I just need some information to gather about how can I discuss this with my HR department.
Then came a pretty sweet offer.
Next thing you know, they're like, oh yeah, this Dublin Care thing. Hey, we're going to send you to DC. And I'm like, whoa, hey, what?
For Dad's Day of Action, where dadvocates will ask Congress to take action on paid family leave. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, in March of 2018, only 17% of all civilian workers had access to paid family leave, but 89% had access to unpaid family leave.
The first, 6 months is so important. For one, for the mother and child relationship. So if we're going to focus on the mother and child relationship, somebody has to focus also more on the mother. And who better to do that than the partner, the husband, the father?
Denny says the most important part is starting the discussion and putting family first so moms and dads can be there together for those first few months of their child's life.
My son's going to be like, mama, for 6 months. And then soon he'll be like, da for the rest of his life or something like that. I don't know.
Well, you don't have to wear Texas boots like Kevin to be in his shoes and to know that time away from work because of a serious personal or family illness or a newborn is really important. A national paid leave policy is not just healthy for the soul. I think it keeps Americans healthier and decreases health care costs, as we've heard from testimony this morning. No patient should face a diagnosis of bankruptcy of the type Ms. London just referred to when they get a health diagnosis. But if the doctor's instruction is to take time off and take care of yourself, and there's no paid family medical leave, working families have a false choice. The Family Act that Representative DeLauro has worked on for so many years, I'm pleased to be an original co-sponsor of it. I believe it will provide the compensation we need. The new Parents Act, the Republican alternative from Ms. Wagner and Mr. Rubio, may be well-intentioned, but I have to say, I think it could really be called punished leave, because it does punish working Americans for using paid leave by cutting Social Security and forcing parents to make an unfair choice between what they need right now and something they will very much need as they grow older. Under this plan, a middle-income parent making $55,000 taking leave for 2 children will cost them about almost $30,000 in Social Security cuts in exchange for a little more than $10,000 in wage replacement, a big net loss. Ms. Rollet, you described the disparities and that we already have with reference to race and gender. How would this Republican approach perpetuate these inequities?
Thank you so much for that question. Too much of the conversation about worker benefits like paid leave is about all the choices that workers supposedly have, involving everything from taking paid leave to the kinds of jobs they hold, and we have to step back and recognize that we have been systemically limiting workers' choices. If we ask workers today to raid the Social Security funds in order to care for present family and medical needs, we are asking them to essentially risk their economic security during their golden years to make rent this month. We are forcing people into taking a loan. And so this is not really a choice for too many people when presented with immediate medical or caregiving needs. And if workers dip into their Social Security and cannot retire at 65, that's a source of caregiving loss to the current working generation. Again, to complicate this even more, we have to remember that Social Security also provides a disability benefit. So what happens to workers who are providing caregiving? They see their Social Security benefits cut and then become too disabled to work. Now their families suffer income loss twice. And so we have to be careful that immediate income loss is compounded in the future Social Security benefits, because now, instead of having no income quarters, there will be negative income quarters. So to the issue of poverty in old age, we must address the wealth gap in all benefits, but increasing Social Security, as many members of this committee have been fighting to do, is of paramount importance.
Thank you all.
Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of our witnesses. And Ms. London, I want to thank you for your incredible career. Being a baby boomer, a lot of us here, we've watched you over the years, so thank you so much for especially this effort, but all the other things you've done. You made a point that it's 10 days. The average woman, is that what you said? She has a baby and she's back to work in 10 days?
1 in 4 women in the country come back to work just 10 days after childbirth. I just can't even imagine that. I mean, and especially if you have a cesarean, the idea that you're going to go back to work in 10 days because of absolute financial necessity, it's more than unheard of. No woman should be doing that. And an employer, I mean, then what do they think of that employee who's, they're going to think that they're unfocused, that they don't really care about their job. It's just really unfathomable that we have women going back to work that soon because they just can't afford not to.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible, but I didn't know what that time frame is, but I just think back, you were talking about before, and I grew up one of 6 kids, the oldest is 6, in 8 years, and my dad worked 2 jobs. My mom stayed at home. My dad worked in the factory. My mom went back to the factory after all the kids were in school. But that was kind of what happened in our neighborhood, our communities back then. But everything's changed. Now there's more women in the workforce. So we all agree, I think, on both sides of the aisle. This is something we can do, I think, on a bipartisan basis. We've got to find a way to come together to be able to deal with that. The other thing I'll just say now, my wife and I have been married 43 years. We have 2 sons. Now we got 6 grandkids, 5 and under. And we're in a better situation financially than obviously our parents were, but it's unbelievable with, working with one has 4 and one has 2, and how they could go back to work. Both of them had successful careers, but it's difficult to do much work at all. So I just want to mention that. I do think we have to find ways to pay for what we're going to do, what makes sense. I would just tell you from the employee standpoint, one more tax. A lot of people, 62% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. We can't put more taxes and burden them more. That's why I think the tax credit is something we have to clearly take a look at. And then let me just say, from a small business standpoint, I chaired our local chamber, 2,600 businesses in there. Most of them, 90% were 15 employees or less. The average benefit that gets paid out by an employer is somewhere between, let's say, you have a salary of 50 you're paying, but you're paying another 20 to 40% in additional benefits and matching taxes and everything else. So this is one more tax that they'd have to pick up. And so I think it's something clearly that needs to be looked at. Ms. Manning, let me ask you, when you look at, there's different proposals today, or maybe thoughts that you have, how do doesn't a tax credit make more sense than put additional tax on employees and workers as well as employers?
Thank you for the question. I believe part of policymaking is problem solving, but to get the right size solution, we have to examine the nature and scope of the problem, get the right size problem. In these debates, there's a tendency for both sides to use statistics that support their point of view. And I want to comment on the 1 in 4 statistic that we constantly hear about, women returning to work within 10 days of giving birth. That's based on one study with a sample size of 93 women, so relatively small compared to the general population. And so I don't know if it's the most credible statistic. That said, I don't doubt that there is a subset of workers in our population who face a crisis when they have a new baby or a medical emergency. And
well, one of the proposals was a tax credit. Does that make sense? Because I'm ideally want to see us build some common ground, and maybe that's, like Reagan said, if you can't get a whole loaf, work on a half a loaf. That's my mindset.
Right.
But is that something that makes some sense in terms of a tax credit? That's something maybe we can move quickly down the road and get past through the
It is, in particular, when that tax credit, like the tax credit in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, is targeted towards workers with modest incomes, because those are the workers most likely to fall in that category of those who face a difficult time.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Fire.
Thanks to all the witnesses for being here. You all did an outstanding job. As we've discussed in this hearing today and last year's hearing on this issue, my state, California, was the first in the nation to implement a statewide paid leave program. And when we began that process, right up until the time that we did it, opponents told us that it would be apocalyptic. Critics said we couldn't afford it, it would be too hard to implement, it would hurt our economy, it would cripple small business. But now, 15 years later, those warnings have not proven accurate at all. Over 90% of employers say that the paid leave program has either a positive effect or no effect at all, and the numbers were even higher for small business owners. California is the world's 5th largest economy, larger than the economies of the UK, India, and France. California is in an 8-year consecutive run on economic growth, and the state economy is expected to outpace the national average through 2020. Over the past 10 years, California's labor productivity has increased more and increased faster than almost every other state in the nation. The implementation of statewide paid leave did not cripple small businesses. 3.9 million small businesses today employ 7 million people, both of which have trended steadily upwards since 2010. Nor did paid leave kill jobs. The California unemployment rate has gone down nearly every month since November of 2010. So I want to thank all of you witnesses and Ms. Turman or Ms. Sabo. I don't know who would feel more comfortable in answering this question, but has the sky fallen in California after we've done our family leave? To your knowledge, has the California economy collapsed under the weight of its paid leave program?
Thank you for the question, Congressman, and thank you for your leadership. The sky has not fallen in California. As you point out, we have the 5th largest economy in the world, and there were initial dire predictions by the business community that paid family leave would harm businesses, and the opposite has been proven to be true. The studies have proven overwhelming support among businesses that this policy has been beneficial to their businesses and to their bottom line. And we see also that 70% of small businesses support a policy that's just like California's, modeled off the Family Act, which has small contributions from employers and employees that would essentially allow for predictable and affordable, small, modest contributions so that they can avoid having to pay larger sums when a crisis strikes.
Say we want to add anything to that?
The only thing I'll add to it is to bring in a story from a woman named Sarah Piepenberg, who runs a vinegar store in Minneapolis, and she was here talking to members of Congress about a year ago when the bill was reintroduced in this Congress. She's written about it since. She talked about how, as a small business owner, she had 2 employees, each of whom had very serious health issues, and she personally felt like she needed to provide them income replacement while they were out. That meant that she couldn't pay her own personal rent, she couldn't pay her business's mortgage. She looked into getting insurance on the private market and realized it was incredibly expensive. And the reason that she supports the Family Act is that small, predictable contributions into a fund means that her employees would be taken care of in those situations, and she would be able, if she needed to hire a replacement worker during that time. So she would both deal with her own labor force needs during the time when her employees were out, and they would have the income replacement that they need. And to underscore Ms. Turman's point, 7 in 10 small business owners across the country, businesses with 100 or fewer employees, support the Family Act's shared cost model for exactly that reason.
Thank you. And Ms. Turman, you've devoted your career to helping low-income individuals. How has access to paid leave changed things for your clients?
Paid leave has been vital for workers' own health, for their families' health and well-being, for their economic security, for their labor force participation. It really means, it makes the difference between being able to pay the bills and keep food on the table so that people don't have to make these impossible choices between their families and their economic security.
Thank you very much. And then, Ms. Hamilton, you said that you have employed your policies for more than economic reasons. It's the right thing to do. But what are the economics of your program? What went into consideration?
Well, I think that right now the challenge, as other panelists have said, is that it's unpredictable. So in any given year, we don't know what the economic impact is going to be. We've made a commitment to cover paid leave, but it depends on the employee, how long they need to go out, whether we need to cover the costs. And so for us, having a predictable small amount that we're paying each year would make much more financial sense.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. You yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you certainly to our panel here today. I think this is a timely discussion. Certainly, I think just hearing various ideas here, it's thoughtful, and I do want to emphasize that the stakes are high. Ms. Manning pointed out some data. Others of you have as well. So it's important that when we take federal action, that it be done right. Now, I hesitate to think that requiring, I happen to represent the largest agriculture district in America with more farmers and ranchers than any other district. Self-employed individuals, small business owners that can't logistically or feasibly step away from their operation and the operation continue. And yet, they would pay both sides of the payroll tax. So they would be paying considerably and yet highly unlikely to access the benefit. So the one-size-fits-all approach, I really hesitate. Well, I think the one-size-fits-all approach, I think, is a deal breaker. And it's, instead, we want to focus on solutions where I think there is common agreement that we want to encourage employers to do this. I think back of my childhood. After I went to school, my mother re-entered the workforce as a public school teacher. The school district at the time would have been considered generous on maternity leave, but 2 personal days. So if I had an activity during the school day, it was highly unlikely that my mother would be able to attend that without maybe even being docked in pay. So while the employer in that case was considered generous on maternity leave, that inflexibility, I think, did not bode well for workers, in this case, professional educators. And I think in this modern economy, we need flexibility, we need customization, as has been mentioned. Ms. Hamilton listed how her business operates and how her employees, how she engages in the workforce virtually. And right now, we have workforce realities that exist where there's upward pressure on wages and increasing pressure to do well by our employees. And across America, across the private sector, public sector, you name it. And flexibility and customization is key, especially in this modern economy. I do want to reflect a little bit on some public opinion in terms of the payroll tax and whether or not it should be used to shore up Social Security or provide a new benefit. And I would ask unanimous consent to submit this
So ordered.
survey for the record. Ms. Manning, do you think it is even realistic when we talk about the funding mechanisms here? Is it even realistic to think that the tax would remain at 0.4%, or will there need to be even greater amount to make all of this work in a one-size-fits-all approach?
I don't think a 0.4% payroll tax is going to be nearly adequate to cover all of the costs and claims of a new program of the size and scope of the federally proposed Family Act. When we look to the experience of states, the states that have similar programs, the use rates of these programs, the percentage of people who are eligible for benefits who actually take the benefits has been very, very low in every case. And maybe that's due to a lack of awareness or other program design flaws, but a federal program would much likely have much higher use rates. And I think advocates for such a program should hope for higher use rates, but that means there will be higher costs. And I know that Ranking Member Brady submitted into the record a new estimate from the Joint Committee on Taxation that shows that the cost estimate based on an independent analysis would be closer to 3% of payroll. We ought to consider that the government's record in terms of projecting the cost of new social programs has generally been a poor record where the costs have been underestimated, the benefits have been overestimated, and for those reasons, I'm skeptical that 0.4% is sufficient.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that reflection, and I think, as I mentioned before, the stakes are high, and there have been numerous intentions that the federal government do something good, and when they take action, it can actually achieve the opposite. And I just so appreciate the various perspectives shared here today, and it's important that we continue to work on solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Connecticut.
I thank the chairman, and I thank him for the hearing. I thank our panelists for your expert testimony and passionate feelings. I want to commend Rosa DeLauro, who is the author of the Family Act, who was here, and every bit as feisty, as the chairman pointed out, as her mother was. And having known them both, and Senator Dodd, who introduced the Family and Medical Leave Act on a federal level, I want to commend them. Our witnesses today have, I think, provided us with an opportunity. I think there's general consensus here with respect to the need and the concern. But where we differ is when it comes to the reality of, well, then how do you pay for this? Now, this is a common theme in Congress. As the chairman of the Social Security Subcommittee, everybody agrees with the importance of Social Security. They understand that if we do nothing, it'll be cut by 20%. That if we kick the can down the road and do nothing, that these cuts continue to take place. There are those that would advocate privatization of Social Security. And I note that a number of our colleagues, and of course the proposals today, I think are all worthy, and they should be examined in terms of what they will accomplish. And Ms. Manning, you spent a great deal of time talking about the Family Act, but we heard nothing positive or constructive about what you would actually propose or your organization would propose in terms of an actual policy, even though on your website it would show cutting Social Security or privatizing Social Security as a path forward. And I don't know, do you think that that is a path forward?
IWF has supported a variety of proposals to expand access to paid family and medical leave, including the earned leave proposal that you mentioned, because these proposals suit our principles of policies that actually enhance the choices available to workers rather than taking choices away. And I would include, in addition to the earned leave proposal, the proposal that Representative Stefanik presented, as well as support for tax credits and tax-free savings accounts, reforms to health savings accounts and flexible savings accounts that could allow workers to better prepare for leave. The Working Families Flexibility Act.
You mentioned also that the inequities that exist. Ms. Rollet, during the testimonies, Ms. Manning said, in fact, it would exacerbate inequalities. Does cutting Social Security by raising retirement age help or harm women?
Thank you for the question. Based on what we know, given the requirements of cutting and dipping into your economic security, we estimate that this has the potential for expanding and increasing some of the wealth gap disparities that we see, particularly around gender.
So the wealth gap disparities already exist, and this would only further exacerbate those inequalities that already exist. How about for women of color specifically?
Well, we do know that the biggest drivers of the growing racial wealth gap are household income, unemployment, inheritance. And so, as I mentioned previously, we know that often women of color disproportionately bear the burden of being both care providers and caregivers in their work and in their home. And so we expect to see that for this population, the potential for job loss, income loss would potentially have catastrophic impact on their families.
And for low-income workers?
Specifically as well for low-income workers who often don't have the cushion in order to stem this type of catastrophic shock to their families. And oftentimes, most folks who are bearing the burden of the cost are doing so by, charging to high-cost credit cards, those types of spaces.
As Mr. Lewis on our committee has pointed out, that Social Security and its inequities that exist there are the big civil rights movement of the future, primarily because of the inequities that exist, especially amongst people of color and especially in women specifically. This notion that we can never adjust anything because one size fits all, I find particularly interesting as well, since Social Security is a one-size-fits-all bill. It also covers disability, it also covers dependent children and spouses and a death benefit. Do the panelists think that that's a bad outcome, the one size that fits all for Social Security? Not everybody uses their disability policy either, but when they need it, it's there to save and protect the American people who we're sworn to serve. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, to inquire.
I thank the chairman. Thank you all for being here. Ms. Lund, I can't tell you the number of times I've watched you on TV. So after Mass in the morning, I'd be going to work, and I'd go in and put it on in the waiting room, and watching our customers enjoyed watching that. The reason I say in our waiting room, I'm an automobile dealer, and again, I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way. Other than Ms. Hamilton, have any of you ever been involved in actually funding any of these wonderful government programs called wage taxes? Because I think only employers actually do that. Ms. Hamilton, I don't know how your company does what it does. I just know in the field that I'm in, I don't know how we would be able to absorb more. And we're all competing for talent, right? And part of that is how much can you pay somebody and what's the benefits package? And I always used to talk to the people at the dealership to say, we need to hire this person. And I'd say, how much is it going to cost us? And they would come up with an hourly wage. I said, well, you better add another 40 or 50, 45% to the benefits package, because oftentimes there was a disconnect from that. So listen, I don't think there's anything more well-intended than a government program. But I also think there's nothing that has more unintended consequences than a government that takes all of its revenue out of the pockets of a taxpayer. So these are wonderful government programs, but the question is, and I think Mr. Larson just said it, well, who pays for it? Now, in the business I'm in, we have about 225 people that on the 5th of the month and the 20th of the month expect a paycheck. Now, in addition to the paycheck they take home, there's another part of that paycheck that was paid for, and on Social Security, it's a 6.2, 6.2, 12.4 match, up to $137,000 in each year with Social Security. That cap keeps going up on the salary level because we have allowed it to grow, because we know we need to do that. But I always wonder about, how do we make sure these programs are sustainable? I know as a father of 4 and a grandfather to 10, the worst thing you can ever do is promise them something that you can't provide in the future. And so I worry about that, and I look at how we structure all this, and I mean it, of all those people that we pay every 2 weeks, I don't know if they're registered, Republican or Democrat. I don't know if they vote in elections. In fact, I don't even know if they vote for me when they do have an opportunity to do that. But what I do know is they're very concerned about their take-home pay. What I do know is that for employers, it's really difficult to absorb more and more cost of operation. Most of us don't mind paying tax on profits. That's easy. But when your cost of operation keeps going up and up and up, and you don't have any relief from that, it's the old story. It goes down, don't worry about the mule, just load the wagon. I got to tell you, I'm really concerned about this. There's none of us on this panel. This is not a Republican or Democrat issue. This is an American issue. Do we want to have this available to all these folks that work for us for mutual success? Yeah, we do. The question is it sustainable? Is it affordable? And at what level does it cap out and we finally say, hey, you know what? You had a terrible year last year. You lost a lot of money, but every paycheck, you're going to have a deduction on that. So listen, I want people to have the security. I want people to be able to come to work every day, and we all compete for talent against other people in the same businesses, right? Ms. Manning, my main concern, Ms. Hamilton, I mean this, I need to talk to you. I don't know how you all do what you do. We're trying to do it, but unfortunately, I got a Dodge Toyota store on one side of me and a Buick GMC store on the other side that they don't offer the same benefits I do, and I can't compete with them oftentimes when I'm trying to recruit somebody, because we try to offer more benefits. Ms. Manning, going forward, what is the cost of doing all these things? Now, I know Mr. Brady talked about the actual cost could be 2.7 to 3.1%. Wage taxes especially are things that are actually built into your business plan. I just want us all to make sure we're aware of who it is that feeds this wonderful government. It is hard-working American taxpayers. It's not some dream. It's not some magic wish. Where will all this money come from in the future? I think the worst we can do is promise something we can't provide for.
I think it's an important point that employers face operational costs, including labor costs. And while we all share the desire to enhance every job to the point of having a certain level of wages and benefits, that when we do that, when government mandates that the full plate of benefits is available to every worker in every job, then the only mechanism that employers have left for reducing their overall labor costs is simply offering fewer jobs to start with. Yeah. And one of the greatest challenges facing families in poverty in this country is not a lack of on-the-job benefits, but it's a lack of a job, a lack of an income to start with. And so I think we've got to keep our eye on the ball as far as that's concerned. We want the first level of opportunity available to everyone.
Okay, and under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we have improved the take-home pay for every single American so they can afford to do some of these things. The child tax credit, incredible. So the only thing I want to tell you is, listen, it's great to have that goose that lays the golden egg. Let's just make sure we're keeping the goose in good health so we can keep getting more eggs. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
Thank you. You know, I listened to my good friend from Pennsylvania talk about the challenge of keeping up with the dealership on the right and the dealership on the left. Well, in this country, he doesn't have to compete with Social Security because everybody is treated the same. So you eliminate that competition and you provide a powerful benefit. And I appreciate my friend from Nebraska talking about this being personal. Ms. Lundgren, that was a powerful personal testimony you gave that I think we can all relate to. I have 2 kids who have been going through this with 4 children, and luckily they've had paid family leave. We've got 2 of our alumni association and 2 current employees who are new parents, and it is a graphic example of what paid family leave has meant for them in those essential early times of life. I appreciate my friend Mr. Thompson talking about what California's pioneering efforts were. And I'm proud to say that we've piggybacked a little bit on you. We often are overcome by Californians and your influence, but we went to school on your paid family leave. We weren't discouraged. Indeed, our state passed what I think most people will say last year, the most progressive paid leave policy in the country, with bipartisan support, even with the scary example from California to the north. It provides 12 weeks of paid leave, but unlike other paid leave laws, it ensures nearly all workers have access to paid leave. Individuals can take up to 12 weeks paid, including new parents, victims of domestic violence, and people who need to care for an ill family member. And to qualify, you need just $1,000 a year in wages. It means that low-income and part-time workers can access the benefits. It's the first law to pay low-income workers 100% of their wages when they're off, with the cap on the weekly benefits of over $1,200 a month. It provides employment protections for those who need to take the money. And it's paid for by a payroll tax, the workers and the employees. So everybody pays. It's a level playing field. You know, I appreciate people concerned about costs. And I think we ought to consider the costs of not having paid family leave. What happens for people who neglect health? Ms. Lundgren, I think you said something, you wondered how people could go back to work in less than 2 weeks, which a quarter of them do. What's the cost of that to their health? What's the cost to not actually having a good start for a child, regardless of income levels, in terms of development, in terms of long-term health and educational costs? And I really appreciated, Ms. Hamilton, you talking about you're a business, And you did this for good business reasons. As I understand it, you're telling us there's lower turnover with your workforce. It seems that people like working for you. That, I'm assuming that has some impact on productivity, does it?
Absolutely. I mean, what I find is really interesting at Badger is that we have very rare cases where we actually have to have employee discipline because people aren't working hard enough or they're not coming in and doing their job. They're very independent, self-motivated, and committed to the company. And it comes from a mutual respect, that they feel that they're treated as a human, and in return, they come back and they put their all into our business.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, in answer to Mr. Kelly's question, if any of you have any experience with this, all of you who earn a salary in the United States that's subject to social, you have experience with it. You know what it means. You see it in your paycheck. I don't think you're rising up in rebellion and want to opt out of Social Security or Social Security disability. You have that experience, and you've given us a picture of how to broaden that experience to include paid family leave. I deeply appreciate your testimony today, and I hope, Mr. Chairman, this is something we can move forward with, looking at the total costs, total benefits. I think it's going to be a bargain.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Reed, to inquire.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. And I'm going to open my remarks by saying there's a lot of good news here. I'm always an optimist. A lot of good news here. Seems to me the question of paid leave is a consensus position. Republicans and Democrats want to provide paid leave in America. That should be celebrated today. And I applaud the chairman for putting this panel together to highlight that good news. The question is, how do we pay for it? That really is the question that I'm looking for input on. And as a person who believes in Social Security on the Republican side, and I know my Republican colleagues join me in protecting Social Security, is there anyone on this panel that would do anything or recommend that we do anything as policymakers to threaten the sanctity and security of the long-term solvency of Social Security? Would anybody advocate that we do that? I'll take silence as advocacy to not threaten Social Security. So when we talk about payroll taxes, when we talk about putting the burden on the payroll taxes, let us always remember that the payroll taxes are the primary revenue sources for Social Security. And Social Security is something I will fight for day in and day out as somebody who's lived through that, as my story has attested to make sure that we do nothing until we make sure Social Security is secure for the future generations to come. The same thing can be said about Medicare. Should we do anything that's going to jeopardize the long-term solvency of Medicare, knowing that in 2026 Medicare is insolvent? Should we adopt any policies today to pay for paid leave by threatening the ability to solve Medicare's solvency issue? I'll take silence as advocacy that we should protect Medicare. So when we talk about the how, I'm very interested in consensus from the witnesses that I've seen in the testimony is the priority is the what. Make sure we have paid leave. So the how, when we get there, has anyone considered what we're doing in New York, for example, on the panel, in regards to ensuring this cost by having employees insure or contribute to an insurance policy that would cover paid leave? Ms. Chabot?
Yeah, I think I appreciate your position on Medicare and Social Security. I think we all share it, but I would submit that it's not a trade-off between these programs. Families need all of these
Well, with that, I
things to be
disagree with you, Ms.
economically
Chabot. I'm asking your question
So,
about insuring this risk.
Yeah, so on the insurance
You're
question.
opposed to insuring this?
No, I think we're advocating for insurance, and the way that I would propose to do that is through the Family Act, which is creating a social insurance fund very similar to what you have in New York, paid for through small payroll
administered
deductions.
through Social Security Administration, right?
Through
so
a new
you're putting
office?
the burden on Social Security Administration to administer this program, as opposed to, I would suggest maybe there's an alternative of a private insurance company that could provide that administration rather than, we're already seeing long lines, long delays in Social Security. The administration has been over working with the Social Security Administrator. I can tell you I have heard from thousands of seniors that are so frustrated with the response time of Social Security and going through Social Security disability reviews and the integrity issues that we're facing with Social Security, and you're advocating that we put a further burden on that administration. Ms. Manning, you seem to be wanting to offer something here.
Yes, I just recently participated on a task force in the state of Colorado where we considered a variety of different ways for the Centennial State to expand access to paid family medical leave, including a private solution that would have allowed private insurance companies to offer a benefit to employers to basically try to solve this problem through a private solution. And we talked about some of the pros and cons of that approach, certainly speed to market and customer service. I fundamentally disagree that eliminating market competition serves workers and customers better. I think market competition actually serves us all better in any marketplace. So I think it's a worthwhile approach that we can consider with a host of other ideas.
Let me pose it this way. Would anyone on the panel, if we were to able to get consensus up here in the Senate and the House to take care of paid leave by having it covered, the how question answered through a private insurance product that we were able to create and to promote and have widely accessible across America, would anybody on the panel suggest that would be a wrong course to pursue and would not work because it's fundamentally flawed? And
I would want to know, what is it going to cost? Is it going to cost more? Is there going to be enforcement?
So
Are
when we get
people
all that
able to
answered in a
access their
positive way, so you're
benefits?
saying we should pursue it. So everybody on the witnesses panel should pursue it because you're not opposed to it.
I'm saying you should follow the path that 8 states and D.C. have taken, which is to create a largely public program, or in the New York case, you have a
But if we can
history that led to
accomplish
where
it,
you are.
isn't the goal to get paid leave as soon as possible? And if we can do it together, I would encourage us to do it together, and I think the private option would be the best pursuit here. Just my opinion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the
And
gentleman.
I yield back.
With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Kine, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for holding this such an important hearing. I want to thank all the witnesses for your excellent testimony here today. I'm obviously not the only one in the room making a simple observation that it's all women who are the panelists here testifying about the need for this policy, and that it was 3 House female members who came and testified in the first panel. And I think the point needs to obviously be made that this is important for the male workforce as well, for our child rearing and our family caregiving responsibility and striking that right balance between work and family. And I think we need more discussion surrounding that as well, because it's self-evident, but I think it's an important underlying aspect of the policy that we're trying to get at here today. But let me just take another aspect of why this is important for the strength of our economy, that we move forward on paid family and medical leave. I mean, right now we're pulling up short and hitting our GDP growth targets. And if we can't figure out a way to break that conundrum, it's game over. There's no way we're going to be a prosperous, innovative nation moving forward, capable of dealing with an aging population, unless we're able to bump that GDP numbers up in the future. And we all know that the 2 key ingredients to that is workforce participation and worker productivity. And this policy, I think, addresses both directly, as far as getting more people entered into the workforce, knowing that they have an option when it comes to child rearing or taking care of a family or a close loved one who's in need of medical attention without jeopardizing workforce participation. And I also would submit that it's important for worker productivity, that you have that balance in life too, that we're going to be able to get more out of our workers, knowing they have that backstop and that protection of paid family medical leave. Ms. Szabo, I mean, is there anything in your data or the studies that you've been showing about the importance for GDP growth in moving forward on this policy?
Absolutely. The Department of Labor estimates that our economy would be $500 billion bigger if women were able to participate as they do in other countries. And part of the reason that would be the case is that they would have access to paid family leave. I think we have to look at the cost, not the cost of what this program is, which would be small and predictable to individuals and to businesses, but the cost of doing nothing. Right now, the Center for American Progress estimates that $22.5 billion is lost in wages to families right now, families who could be contributing to the economy, families who could be saving for their children's education, families that could be saving more for their own retirement. We know that when women and men leave the workforce to care for an aging parent, they're losing $300,000 on average. And the most shocking statistic to me that was recently released is that the folks who are providing care to children are also increasingly providing care to a loved one who's ill or disabled. And these are not boomers. for the most part. These are folks in the millennial generation and the Gen X generation, which is me. We are in our prime of our working lives, and if we're not able to participate in the workforce to build our careers and our jobs, to be able to provide for our families, we are jeopardizing ourselves for generations to come.
And we're talking about the workforce as we find it, too, because obviously there's no baby boom on the horizon that's going to bail us out as far as workforce needs. This place is so tied up in knots when it comes to a sensible immigration policy that we can't rely on that to address workforce needs in the future, too. But here's something standing in front of us that we could actually take action on that could be a positive impact as far as getting that worker productivity and participation rate up. And Ms. Manning, listen, I'm sensitive to an over-reliance on payroll tax and the aggressive or regressive nature that brings. And I've been outspoken about that for some time. But I was listening carefully to your testimony about what solutions you have to offer. And it sounds like you're talking about narrowing the scope of coverage as one, but also kind of allowing the private sector to figure this out and let them move forward on it. I mean, am I missing a different funding mechanism that you're pointing to right now, how we can ultimately, getting back to my friend's comment in New York, it does come down to funding ultimately?
Well, in terms of whether the private market or public policy should be used to address the issue, I think we're really looking at two different things. The market is in many ways alleviating this need because, as we've seen over the past 3 years, 100 major employers are offering paid leave benefits that they hadn't in the past due to a booming economy and a tight labor market. So for the workers who benefit from those new and expanded policies, yes, the market is solving the problem for them. But I think there's a different and separate problem, which is a safety net issue. And that's where I think there's a fundamental difference, that the Family Act is a universal program, whereas there are different solutions that maybe haven't even been written into live legislation yet, where we could explore patching holes in our social safety net to help families on the brink of poverty.
I certainly encourage you to think more about this because clearly, while the private market is heading in the right direction, I mean, we're hearing from voices across the country that it's not happening soon enough, or it's not coming up with the answers that we need, and time is of the essence. So I want to thank you all for your testimony here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman is back. Mr. Schweikert is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is actually, for many of us, a really interesting subject because I think there's actually a bipartisan desire here to make this work. But for some of us, and Mr. Chairman, this is another one of those occasions, sorry, this is a side conversation he and I have all the time. I wish we could grab a couple highly technical experts, put a handful of us in a back room and walk through the math, because if we listen to parts of our discussion, it's a financing discussion. You know, how do you finance parts of this without creating regressivity in a payroll tax? How do you maximize a benefit so it doesn't have certain offsets in future Social Security values? And then there's some of us who want to also maybe go more global, and my friend from Wisconsin, who I think just snuck out, our office has an absolute fixation on fertility rates. The fact of the matter is, just three quick subjects. One, financing. Number two, family formation. We need to deal with the reality of the United States has been below replacement rate since 1971, and the curve has steepened fairly dramatically. And now we're going through something very unique in our times, a time of economic stability, lower quartiles, some of the best wage growth in modern economic times, yet birth rates continue to collapse. Makes it really hard to make Social Security, Medicare, programs like that are pay-as-you-go programs work into the future. So how do you tie in a discussion of paid and family leave into the global discussion of what do these programs look like over the next 3 decades when we're digesting the baby boomers, economic stability in our society, and how do you finance it? And then the third thing, and here's where the actual question is, and forgive me, my eyesight is marginal at best, from California. That law was passed early 2000s, 2001, 2002?
It was passed in 2002. It went into effect in 2004.
Now, we get, in one of my binders here, I have some reports that it had sort of mixed numbers saying it's been used by this many, it's had this benefits, but then there's also some statistics in the sidebar over here saying they've actually seen return rates back to the labor force being somewhat impaired, that some marginal wage growth for populations that have participated in the program actually seem to be lower. Can you help me just understand, am I seeing noise in the data, or is those statistically significant?
Yeah, so there have actually been numerous studies in California that have shown that paid family leave has increased labor force participation, particularly for mothers who have been shown to...
And this one was referring to return rates.
Yes, exactly, including return rates. We've seen that
Now, that's interesting, because this one, okay, it's not worth doing right now, maybe when I'm done, because it was saying return rates actually were lower.
Yes, there has been a recent study that was sort of an outlier, and so this study is different than the bulk of the research that had been done before. But what makes this study different is that it studied the very first cohort of women who took paid family leave with the very first program in the country. And there is reason to believe that that group of women is not at all representative of the people
Now
that take
that's
paid
fair,
family
and we are often having to do this to try to get honest math. Does anyone here have any expertise in the program rolling out in Washington State? Okay, can you just touch on solely its financing model?
Sure. So the Washington State program is financed as the Family Act would be. It's a shared payroll deduction of, I believe, 0.4%, split in different ways between employers and employees, and it's in my appendix to my testimony, actually.
Now, wasn't there an argument that they're actually, they barely, they've just begun?
They just began, so
and that they are already projecting some missing their financial projections.
I haven't seen that. I know that they were able to repay the fiscal note that was assigned to the bill so that they got their program up and running. Their payroll tax collection from employers went smoothly. They just started paying benefits on January 1st of this year.
So it could have been projected.
And so, to Ms. Manning's point, take-up is good. My understanding is that people are using this program. They did a great job of outreach and education.
Now,
so
was there a
people are using the
voluntary
program.
participation in that one?
No, it's mandatory, just like all the other ones.
Okay. Ms. Manning, in the last couple of seconds, if I were just wanted to find a state that actually had been creative in its financing mechanisms, where would I look?
They've all been essentially the same, a payroll tax mechanism.
Okay, and has any state even played with a sort of voluntary type of participation, where it's...
Yes, New Hampshire, the governor of New Hampshire, bid out to insurers the possibility of a voluntary program that was extremely complicated. And the insurers all came back and said, we don't know how to price the risk of this program, so we can't, and we will pass the risk on to employers.
Okay.
Thank the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Consistent with committee practice, we will now move to 2 Democrats and 1 Republican as the questioning ratio proceeds. With that, Mr. Pasquale is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'd like to thank all the folks who came to testify today. Did a great job. But I'd like to set the record straight, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
About the payroll tax required for the Family Act, HR 1850. I want to insert into the record the detailed analysis from the Social Security's chief actuary, which concluded that the Family Act, 1815, would be fully financed with an estimated 0.31 percentage point increase in the payroll tax.
So ordered.
For employees and employers, a total payroll tax rate of an estimated 0.62. So this is about $2 a week. I just want to correct the record, make sure, and I send this to you as the proof of the pudding. Thank you. How do we compare to other OECD countries? Finland offers 161 weeks. 161 weeks. South Korea, 65 weeks. Canada, 51 weeks. United Kingdom, 39 weeks. Ireland, 26 weeks. Israel, 15 weeks. Us, zippo, 0. So every country except America offers paid family medical leave. We're dead last. We're dead last. So Lauren Agaratos, I got to tell you a story. Lauren Agaratos. She's from Mercer County in New Jersey. Paid leave was not available when her daughter Stephanie was born with a kidney condition. Lauren and her husband almost lost a home, ended up $20,000 in debt because of Stephanie's health issues. In 2011, Stephanie needed a kidney transplant. Thanks to New Jersey's law, few states have these laws, Lauren could take paid leave to care for Stephanie. That's what we're talking about here, these kinds of situations, and there's a lot of them, without losing her job or her life savings. So millions of Americans today are being squeezed by unimaginable daily life costs. Combined with the specter of unexpected medical expenses, the cost of caring for an aging family member, our nation's failure to provide any amount of guaranteed paid leave, like a straitjacket, that's what it is, for those trying to start families and build lives for themselves. Even the United States postal workers, the employees, who deliver and collect our mail in the rain, the sleet, the ice, snow, that's not a commercial, it's true, are not entitled to paid leave. None of them. These dedicated employees left out of the new benefit we added to the defense bill. We did. For federal employees, still must take unpaid leave to care for a new child or tend to an aging member. Unpaid leave nearly bankrupted Lauren Agaratos and her family. When Stephanie was born, her case is tragically common. The Republican proposals on the table before us today would only hurt people like Lauren and our hardworking family. Look, I'm tired of hearing, isn't it nice that we all care about the same thing and we all got proposals on the table? They're like 180 degrees apart from one another. They're not close because they start out with a different basis, a different level. So, Mr. Chairman, we have a long ways to go. I'm always willing to reach out to the other side. But let's be honest from the point that we're starting. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Chicago, Mr. Davis, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter these 8 letters of support from organizations representing children, families, workers, and employers who support H.R. 1185.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also would like to be associated with the observation of Representative Kine when he looked at the composition of both panels in terms of all of the witnesses being female. And I must emphasize that we're talking about family paid leave. I've been around a lot of people who chatted a great deal during the weekend relative to what a great athlete Kobe Bryant was and how much he meant to athletics. And it just occurred to me what a great father he was and what a great family team member that he was. And so I don't think Ron's observation can go unheralded. Let me thank all of the witnesses for coming. Ms. Roley, more than 30% of the children in my congressional district in Chicago live in families with income below the poverty line. About half of my constituents are African American. I'm committed to ensuring that any federal paid leave policy protects all kinds of workers, not just the most secure. Also, I'm deeply concerned about proposals that propose to cut Social Security and increase retirement insecurity, which sort of reminds me of the way payday loans work. You get immediate help, but you pay a real steep price later on. So I'm not excited about those proposals. Ms. Olay, let me ask you, what kind of price do my constituents pay for not having access to paid leave? And how does it affect their ability to increase their wages over time and get better jobs?
Thank you for the question. As we know that for people of color in your constituents that you lift up who need family or medical leave, discrimination, retaliation, and job loss are real threats. As we know, overall, nearly 40% of workers have no legal guarantee of job protection through the FMLA, which means employers can dictate whether and how a person is able to take time for a personal or family health issue. So for many people of color, this results in job loss or the continual fear that providing caregiving will result in job loss. And job loss, especially for low-income workers, is also associated with future unemployment spells, settling for lower quality jobs in the future, family disruption, withdrawal from important social structures, depression, and long-term effects on children's well-being and education. So a meaningful option is to take paid leave and to return to work without any loss in seniority or stature is significantly important to ensure we're reducing the long-term pay gap.
Thank you very much. Mr. Turman, my congressional district also has one of the highest percentages of children being cared for by their grandparents, followed closely by 2 other districts in the area. The burden of caregiving often falls heavily on African American women, while many of these grandmothers work in caring for young children and aging family members are also dealing with their own medical issues. What has the California experience really meant for this category or these categories of individuals?
Thank you for the question. We know that the number of children being raised by grandparents has doubled since the 1970s. I think that really goes to the changing nature of our families and the need for our paid family and medical leave laws to reflect the diversity of our families and all the different ways that we care for one another. California's program, thankfully, has been amended to cover both grandchildren and grandparents, as well as siblings and parents-in-law. We could go even further, I think, to reflect an even more inclusive definition of family, but just to give one example of how important this expanded definition has been in California, we heard from a woman named Sally who was 74 years old and worked at a large retail store, and her twin sister had been diagnosed with terminal cancer. And at the time, siblings were not covered under California's law, and so she was unable to take paid family leave to care for her. Her story and others like it inspired the amendment to California's law to make the definition more inclusive, and we know that having a more inclusive definition is absolutely critical for, in particular, families of color who are more likely to live in multi-generational households, also for people with or caring for those with disabilities, veterans, and people in the LGBTQ community.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back, and Ms. Hamilton, I really appreciate your company. I admire your company.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Wolarski, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield 30 seconds to our ranking member, Mr. Brady.
Thank you. First, Representative Wolarski, thank you for your leadership full-time on the issue of paid family leave. Thank you to the gentleman from New Jersey for introducing the Social Security Actuary's report, but I would be cautious on embracing it. One, it does admit that the cost will be 50% higher poor families and their paychecks, but here's the concern. Under the Social Security Actuary, it estimates that less than 1/2 of 1% of American workers would ever use the Family Act to take care of a sick parent or a sick child. So if you embrace this report, either you accept the Family Act helps very few people in those situations, or Social Security Actuary got it wrong and is woefully underestimated. In fact, more people may be helped. With that, Ms. Walorski.
Thank you. And to reclaim my time, I just wanted to sound a note off here of how optimistic I am that we're having this conversation today. You know, we've been working on this. A lot of members have been working on this on both sides of the aisle because we recognize the importance of doing something that is pro-family and pro-worker in 2020. Here we are having this conversation. We know it's proven what paid family time off means. And everybody here has talked about it today, and I want to repeat how much in favor of this that I am, because I think in a 21st century workforce, we have to address the issues that are keeping people back from being able to get in and stay in the workforce because they need the benefit of being able to balance so many things at this time. I really do think it's a good thing that we're talking about the little tiny things when it comes to funding this, and that we have an opportunity to not only have your input, but to have a discussion up here about funding. And how do we make this work? And how do we keep this balanced? And I think that anytime members in a bipartisan way can have conversations about balancing funding and making this work and making it right and doing something that's pro-family and pro-worker, it's worth the time. And so I so much appreciate all of your time for coming here today. I do think that, you know, when we look at these one-size-fit-all government solutions and we look at top-down federal programs, I think that time and time again, we've seen these big government programs fail. And they just don't live up to lofty promises. It just doesn't happen for one reason or another. They leave people behind and they leave taxpayers holding the bag. But I do think, because we have so much agreement on the principles of what we're all talking about, all of you on this panel and all of us up here sharing insights and passion and wanting to come to a conclusion here, I think, just personally, the Family Act that we're talking about does raise payroll taxes. That's a real issue. Because now we're talking about workers where they live, as if it's not hard enough to be able to balance all the bills and all these things. We're taking more money away before we're giving another benefit forward. And in the labor force right now in my district in northern Indiana, we need 10,000 more workers today that we don't even have. So we've got contracts on hold, buildings on hold, expansions on hold, because we need more workers into the field. And so I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, you know, I've been working on an approach as well that would increase access to paid family leave without crowding out existing benefits offered by employers with a public mandate. Last month, I spoke at the White House Summit on child care and paid family leave. I had a chance to talk with President Trump about the issue, and I appreciate the fact that the President and Ivanka Trump's leadership and their continued focus on moving this conversation forward. I think there are real great signs that we can see around this nation of we're coming together to do something that is a great thing for the American worker. We have a real opportunity to find common ground and paid medical leave to more workers without taking actions that will reduce family economic dependence, hurting small business, or interfering with employers and employees working together to find something that fits and is flexible and can be used by more people. Instead of raising taxes and imposing inflexible government mandates, I think what you're seeing here today is the beginning of a group that's willing to have conversations to move this forward and come to common ground. And Ms. Manning, I just wanted to hear a little bit more about some of the things you talked about earlier on what are we really doing when we're talking about taking and putting an additional payroll mandate on top of workers, especially at the low income level.
Certainly, thank you. And I think the discussion about how much the payroll tax will be is important. It's very difficult to make that cost projection, but in addition to the question of how much, we should also consider who bears that burden and who pays. It's a payroll tax. Payroll taxes by nature are regressive, meaning low-income people bear the burden, and these programs, the evidence shows, disproportionately benefit upper-income people. So I think a question for lawmakers should be, are we willing to take even $1 from low-income workers to fund a better work-life balance for upper-income?
I appreciate it. I got to stop there. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez, and as we do, wish her a happy birthday as well.
Oh. You had to go and do it, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to hide from my birthdays, but thank you very much. I want to thank the chairman, and I want to thank all of our witnesses for joining us here today. I'm glad that we're taking the next step toward universal paid family and medical leave by examining some of the legislative proposals that have been presented. The overwhelming majority of Americans don't have access to paid family leave. Now, as a caregiver myself for my mother who has Alzheimer's, and as a mom, this is really personal to me, and it's extremely important for communities like mine. I'm a Gen Xer, even though my 10-year-old son likes to call me boomer as an insult. But to borrow a phrase from Mr. Swazi of this committee, I'm in that sandwich generation, or as he likes to say, the panini generation that gets squeezed with caregiving at both ends. But it hits communities of color particularly hard. And when you hear statistics like the fact that 3/4 of Latino workers don't have the chance to take care of themselves, their loved ones, or a newborn without fear of complete financial ruin, not just financial hit, but like financial ruin. We should all agree that that's unacceptable. And the question is then, okay, well then what are you going to do about it? The two proposals that we have heard about today would mean something radically different for communities like the community I come from. The proposal from my Republican colleagues would force millions of new parents who don't have paid leave from their employer or from their state to make a devastating choice. They'll have to decide between taking a meager benefit that replaces less than half of their income for a few months in exchange for a permanent cut to their Social Security benefits. For new parents who are already struggling to save for retirement, this is a choice that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. And for workers who need to take leave to help themselves or family through a difficult time, the bill just ignores them completely. That's why I'm proud to co-sponsor the Family Act, which rejects the idea that anyone should sacrifice their retirement security in order to take care of an immediate need. Every single person in this room at some point will need leave. Too many people think that a tragedy can't happen to us until it actually does. A debilitating disease or a traumatic injury is always somebody else's sad story until it's ours or a loved one's. The Family Act can't change those basic facts of life, but it will give every working family some peace of mind during difficult times. Fortunately, we're not starting from scratch. We can learn from states like California, who have led the way. I'm proud of saying that as California goes, so eventually will the rest of the country. We're just ahead of the curve. I want to begin my questions by starting with Ms. Herman. I wonder if you could elaborate on how paid caregiving leave affected health disparities in the state of California.
Yes, thank you for that question. We know that paid family leave in California has had dramatically positive impacts on health and well-being, both for families' own health, workers' own health, for the health of their loved ones, and for the health of new children. When it comes to the health of people who are being cared for, who are taking paid family leave, we've seen an 11% reduction in nursing home stays in California because people have been able to take the time that they need to care for their loved ones. We've also seen that when children have a parent who are able to stay with them in the hospital, their hospital stays are reduced by 1/3.
So would it be fair to say that while it may cost something on the front end, there are definitely savings to the economy on the back end?
Absolutely. I mean, this is a smart investment that pays for itself many times over in terms of the health impact and the economic security impacts for families.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. Ms. Ruhl, could you elaborate a little bit more on the stressors that women of color in particular are under when they become new mothers or caregivers?
Thank you. So we know through decades of significant literature that's been documented about how the social determinants of health, the conditions in which people grow, live, work, and age shape health outcomes. And so due to the interlocking nature of structural oppression's impact on health, particularly women of color tend to experience greater health needs and have more caregiving responsibilities, which makes paid leave even more important for these communities. So to be truly effective, we have to ensure that women of color can participate fully in the labor force and family caregiving.
And Ms. Rowland, the limited time I had left, could you just tell me what are the ways that a Social Security cut would affect women of color under the Wagner bill?
That is a great question. I'll defer to my colleagues to maybe speak more specifically to how that would show up.
Sure. Yes, really briefly. Women of color earn wages that are much lower than white men. The wage gap is substantial. They have lower wealth. Their Social Security benefits are lower. So any program that gives them the false choice of accepting paid parental leave benefits or taking a benefit cut at retirement is going to disproportionately impact them. And we also know that people of color, about 30% of them rely on Social Security for about 90% of their monthly income in retirement. So this is a Hobson's choice, to say the least, but a dire benefit cut that we're asking the very people who can least afford a cut to take.
Thank you, gentlelady. Let me
Thank you.
recognize the gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank all of our panelists today. Both panels, I thought, were informative. Would have loved to have seen men on those panels and not all women. But I think that what I hope your takeaway will be is that all of us care about this issue. We have to figure out a solution that makes sense for everyone. For me, I want to make sure that a paid family leave is truly comprehensive. We talked about the definition of family and making sure that that's inclusive. For me, I don't have children, but I have elderly parents, and I saw my whole world kind of change when my dad had a massive stroke 14 years ago. He lived for 10 years after that massive stroke, but it really upended our whole family and affected everyone in our family in different ways. My mom retired early. She gave up a job that she loved. She also gave up being on the city council in Selma after many, many years. And it just changed our whole dynamic. And what was clear to me that while sending money home when I was in New York City helped, what they needed was a whole family approach to making sure that our family survived the stroke. And I'm blessed to say that I moved back home to Alabama, not to run for Congress, but to help take care of my dad. But I can tell you that making sure that the definition of what we talk about in terms of family leave is truly comprehensive. Yes, we care about that parent and that new mom and dad, but we also want to make sure that we're taking care of the whole family. Joan, we've watched you on television. You talk about the sandwich or panini situation that you're in. Can you talk a little bit more about why it's important that we make sure that we're being comprehensive in our approach to family paid leave?
Well, I want to make sure that we do address the caregiving needs, because if you look at our population, we heard earlier that we are having fewer births, but we are having increasing needs for caregivers. We are told that by 2030, there will be far more people over 65 than there will be under 18 years of age. And the nature of that population is also changing in that there are many, many women who live longer and are alone and are in poverty. So the idea of taking away anything from their Social Security really frightens me, because I feel like it's just kicking the problem to a later time.
Absolutely.
So, and I kind of came to this whole space organically, because I took care of my mom and my brother and made every mistake along the way and said people need to be better prepared, and just decided I was a conduit, so started speaking in it. But the more I learn about it and the more I hear from people, I hear from a lot of people that are in that boomer generation and now much, much younger, who are either dipping into their own retirement savings or are not putting away
enough
retirement savings that they would have done, but they have to use them for parents who are living into their late 80s and 90s who never
Absolutely.
expected to live that long.
And Ms. Rowe, can you talk a little bit about how this inequity is exacerbated if you're in an underserved community, or if you are a person of color, or because I know that our family dynamic tends to be more inclusive. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that. I just think that we, aside from having to figure out how to pay for this, we have to also make sure that the law makes sense for the whole person throughout their whole life. Any thoughts that you may have on that?
Yes, definitely. And as was previously noted, that often we see in Black and Latinx communities that we are multi-generational caregivers. And in thinking about your question, I want to call on my personal experience of having been a caregiver for my mother. And one of the things that always struck me was how much shame and sadness that she held that her 20-something-year-old, daughter who was on the early path of her career had to drop everything to fly home to support her. And so her questions were always, is your paycheck going to be affected? What is your boss going to think? And for me, so much of what a paid family and medical leave program offers is also dignity, not just for the caregiver, but also the care receiver, because my mom is the love of my life. In that moment, I just wanted her to focus on her healing. And so I also want to lift up that in addition to the economic disparities, the mental toll, healthcare disparities of not having this type of program are very significant, particularly for low-wage women of color.
Amen. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Westrup, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. As a father of two small children, I certainly recognize the value of especially having that time. We have one we had and one we adopted, and that time with them is very important. The needs are tremendous, and certainly having an income during that time is tremendously helpful when it can happen. In the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, we created some opportunities for 12 weeks of paid family and medical leave. We see also the opportunity for a tax credit for employers if they pay to deduct like 25% of the wages that they may administer. So there's a lot of ideas out there to try and make this work and work on both ends. And, as I talk to people, some would say, oh, I think I'd rather borrow from my retirement for a short period of time rather than paying a tax for the rest of my life, working life. So there's a lot of things that fit differently into people's lives that may work better for them. But when I started in my practice, I had 2 employees. And, so if one person's out, that's 50% of my staff. And I was fortunate because if someone was sick or that happened, my mother came in. She's a retired LPN, and she could come in and we'd get through the day. But these are the challenges of a small business, right? And so when you look at the costs or also, what it is when an employee's out, how do you manage that? Later, I joined a large group of over 20 doctors, 300 employees. We had much greater flexibility as far as benefits that we could offer. So that really leads me to where I want to go with the challenges to small business. So Ms. Manning, can you speak to some of the unique challenges sort of based on the scenario I just gave you, that a small business would face under the Family Act?
Right, and I appreciate the question, and we've talked some about the diversity of our economy, the diversity of industries and businesses of different types, from farmers to small businesses. Independent Women's Forum offers a paid maternity leave plan. It's totally dependent on the circumstances of the business, of the industry, of the job, in terms of what the economic benefit to an employer is for offering paid family and medical leave. So with that said, I think the big contrast between the ideas or directions that we're considering here today is that somebody's got to make a choice. You can say of the Republican plans that workers are forced to make a choice. We're forced to make choices every day. Every time I get a paycheck, I'm forced to choose what to do with my paycheck. But under the Family Act, it's not workers making a choice, it's lawmakers making a choice for us. It's public policy and bureaucrats making that choice versus giving individuals, employers, and workers that choice, and giving small business owners the choices as well.
I appreciate that. The other thing that we have to consider as lawmakers is what can we actually get done? What can we actually get done that would make it through the Senate and be signed by the president? These are the realities we have to face. And, sometimes I think we do a little bit better when we, as a group, and maybe with you, have a round table without cameras. where we actually talk about that as opposed to sometimes the ideology that exists. But going back to again, Ms. Manning, specifically, how would payroll tax increase, which estimates say would be about 3%, affect small businesses and their employees?
Well, certainly small businesses have different needs. They typically don't have as many resources to dedicate to administrative costs. They don't have a big HR department to help them handle compliance with various government programs, including now we're talking about maybe competing state and federal programs on the issue of paid family and medical leave. So that burden is very real for small businesses. Of course, job protection, while it is something that helps more workers take advantage of leave, on the flip side, when small businesses have key employees that may be absent from the workplace for months at a time due to a leave, that comes with a very substantial cost to those businesses, even more so in many cases than the cost to large businesses. So that once again demonstrates the problem with a one-size-fits-all solution, in that some businesses may say, yes, I'd rather contribute to this fund, and it takes away the competition among employers on this specific benefit or variable. Other businesses certainly, I'm sure would be happy to be at this table as stakeholders in this discussion, and they would say that the Family Act does more harm to their business than good.
Yeah, I hope we can continue the discussion, obviously, with creating flexibility. And I know my experience, with having 2 employees at one time, I had to pay a firm to make sure I was compliant with everything, OSHA, et cetera, et cetera. These are all expenses that add up and make it more challenging. But I also think from the employee standpoint, I'd like them to have more flexibility, just as we want them to have flexibility of how they manage their retirement as well. So thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Washington State, Ms. Del Bene, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of you for being here to talk about this very important issue. From the state of Washington, and we recently began our own paid leave program. I know there was a question earlier about financing and discussion about financing falling short, and we checked in with our state officials. I had never heard that, and they confirm as well that that is not true. We have a new program that went in place at the beginning of the year. Under the Washington State program, private companies can offer their own paid leave benefit if it is as good or better than the state benefit. Ms. Chabot, when we look at the interaction of federal legislation and state legislation, do you think that's a good model to follow?
I think what's exciting is that the federal government, you all, have the opportunity to put in place a very robust federal baseline. I think we have to be cognizant of the fact that there are now, or will be by the time you pass a law, most likely, unless you do it very quickly, 8 states plus DC and maybe more that have laws in place, and we need to figure out how to sequence federal and state benefits so that workers in states with paid leave programs now are left better off and not worse off.
Thank you. Early states found that utilization among low-wage earners was extremely low when a single percentage was applied to the maximum benefit amount. So someone who earns at or just above minimum wage may not be able to take the benefit at 60% of their normal weekly pay. So for example, $50,000 a year in my district simply does not go as far as compared to other parts of the country. A partial replacement of $50,000 a year may not be workable for a family. So how should we account for cost of living differences when we are determining the percentage of wage replacement? Ms. Chabot.
That's a great question. I want to also just correct some misperceptions as to how the programs have played out with respect to utilization. So research that was recently done, analysis done by the National Partnership for Women and Families, showed that actually at the $50,000 wage level or less, if you look at the aggregate, utilization in California, New Jersey, and Rhode Island was about where it needed to be in terms of relationship between the workforce and utilization. Where they saw the drop-off was really among $25,000 or less, so the minimum wage folks that you're talking about. And the studies that have been done have shown that if you create progressive wage replacement rates, 80% or more for lower wage workers, they are going to be better able to take the program. If you put employment protections in place, the jobs will be safe, people will feel more comfortable. So these are some fixes that we can apply. In terms of how we make sure that a federal program addresses the needs of low-wage workers, I would really encourage the committee to look at what the most recent states have done. So the most recently passed 6 state laws, plus the enhancements in New Jersey, replace 80 to 100% of wages for low-wage workers. And in my testimony in the appendix, I detailed at each quartile of wages what a worker would receive. So you can see that between 80 and 100% of wages will be replaced in most states. For median wage workers, it's between 50 and 80%. I think we often get stuck talking a lot about the very top and the very bottom, and we also need to pay attention to the middle. Folks who are living paycheck to paycheck, who might be caring both for children and loved ones, who are moderate income, who would be really harmed under some of the other proposals like the Social Security cut proposal, but who would see a substantial benefit under the Family Act. And we always have to answer the question about what are families giving up now versus the small, predictable payroll deduction that they would be paying. And the last point is people are willing to pay. So public opinion polling, multiple public opinion polls, have shown that 70% or more of workers are willing to pay 1% of their wages or higher, which is far more than a federal program is estimated to cost by the Social Security actuary and by most cost models that have been done on state programs.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Hamilton, as a business owner, I know how important your workforce is. I used to be CEO of a small company, and benefits were a key part of making sure we had a great workforce. That was our competitive advantage. So I wondered if you can talk a little bit about how paid leave benefits your ability to recruit and retain employees.
Sure. Well, over the past couple of years, I've been part of a number of workforce development forums throughout the state of New Hampshire. And in New Hampshire, we're really, in general, businesses have been struggling to find talented workforce. We have a high attrition rate of young professionals. We have over 60% of post-high school are leaving the state, and over 50% post-college are leaving the state. And what I found was really striking in those forums is that many of the businesses were having trouble finding the talented workforce, and Badger does not. We, every time we put out a job offering, we find many, many talented potential employees that we're able to choose from. We have employees that stay for an average of 7 years, many of them over 10 years. And so we're really finding that while it is an issue in our state, it's not an issue for us, and we believe that a big part of it is the benefits we're offering, and in particular, paid family leave.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu, to inquire.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to submit for the record written testimony from a group that has advocated for paid family leave for quite some time, the National Partnership for Women and Families, and the report called Paid Family and Medical Leave, a Racial Justice Issue and Opportunity.
So ordered.
Thank you. Well, first, I cannot even believe that some of my colleagues feel that cutting Social Security is a way to pay for paid family leave. We know from other hearings that so many older Americans already live in poverty, even though they contributed to Social Security for decades. And using Social Security to pay for paid family leave would be a huge hit to those who take it. In fact, the Ways and Means staff calculated that a middle earner parent who takes leave for 2 children would receive about $11,000 in paid leave benefits, but lose $29,000 in future Social Security benefits. So it'd be an actual hit to their income. So I think that we must have proposals like the Family Act, which would benefit the country, because I know that it has worked in my home state of California. And I would like to address this question to Vicky Szabo. Before I represented California's 27th district in Congress, I served for years in the California State Assembly. And I am proud to say that I was there to vote for passage of our nation's first paid family leave bill in 2002. This groundbreaking state law was the first step in bringing this country to where it is today. And now California's paid family leave policy has been in place for 15 years. So it's a good means by which to examine the long-term benefits of the law. So Ms. Szabo, in your testimony, you referenced some of this in your research about how Californians have benefited from paid family leave. Can you expand on some of these positive outcomes?
Absolutely, and I'll defer to Ms. Turman as well, who is from California, if I miss anything. So in terms of women and labor force participation and earnings, we know that California's program, or there are multiple studies that show that California's program increased labor force participation, increased earnings, also increased leave taking, especially among Latinx and low-income women. That led to higher breastfeeding rates. Low-income women who took paid leave were more likely to return to the same employer, so good for the employer, good for the employee. In terms of nursing home utilization, it diminished by 11%, so that's good for families, good for the public fisc. In terms of other outcomes, reduced use of other public assistance programs, so economic self-sufficiency for folks. And then men, the other really exciting thing we've seen in California is the dramatic increase in men taking leave. So when the program started in 2004, men were just less than 15% of the workers who took paid family leave, and now they're 40%. So this is part of a culture shift. We at New America just released a report on men in caregiving, men in paid leave, and we know that men want to provide leave to be with their, want to have leave to be with their families, want to provide care, but often are held back by the lack of policy and societal expectations. And California has really overcome a big hurdle in that way. Did I leave anything out?
Ms. Turman, you want to say something?
Sure, yeah. The only thing I would add is just the importance of California's program also being so comprehensive in touching on not only bonding for both fathers and mothers and caregiving, but also an employee's own condition. We know that studies have shown that when people have access to paid leave, they recover more quickly. They're able to afford and complete cancer treatments, for example. We heard from one woman, a single mom who was 26 years old, and she was diagnosed with a rare form of uterine cancer just weeks after having her first child. Paid leave enabled her to keep her family afloat while she was receiving chemotherapy, and her mom and her sister were also able to care for her and her family. So I think just the comprehensive nature of the program has really improved the health of all families in California.
You know, one other thing to add that just strikes me as I'm tying together the payroll tax conversation and the outcomes conversation is California has had temporary disability insurance through the state in place for decades, since the 1950s. It added paid family leave in place in 2002, went into place in 2004. It's been expanded to have a more inclusive family definition, to add more job protection, to remove a waiting period. The payroll tax rate in California is 1%, and it's never gone above that. It sometimes comes down. So when we're thinking about costing out a federal program, these sky will fall predictions of ridiculous payroll tax rates that are nowhere to be found in the state, I think we can look to California to feel very comfortable that we are safe with where these estimates are.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing, and I appreciate all the panelists for their good input and sincere desire to help families, especially working families at tough times. And we've talked about, let me say that my general philosophy and approach to policymaking is that strong nations are nothing more than just the cumulative effect of strong families. So I do think one measure of success for policymaking is, are we strengthening the family? And I think the stress and strain that working, especially working lower income, middle income folks are feeling is real. And then you put the largest generational retirement and aging group in the history of the world on that, and you're looking at some big challenges in the future. But I think Ms. Manning's statement is worth restating in that we must judge policies not by their intentions, but by their results. And I'm concerned about the Family Act for a number of reasons. I'm concerned, number one, that it's going to displace state and local sort of control over how best to serve their population. It's going to displace employer-based programs that are designed to meet the needs of specific companies and their employees. It's the cost of this is tremendous. The average income, family income in my district in rural West Texas is $41,000. And a 3% increase in the payroll tax would be $1,200. These folks don't have $1,200. The majority of them are living paycheck to paycheck. I dare say more than half don't have $500 in their checking or savings account. And we're going to ask them to pay $1,200 more a year which begs the question for me, and Ms. Manning, you can start, and I may just open it up, but where's the data? I'm always suspect when Washington policymakers gather around with great intentions and say, we have the solution, and we understand the need and desire of our citizens. So is there a good data on the employees who are at the lower income and middle income who are willing to make the trade-off of 3% increase? I cited my average family income of $41,000 a year, and they pay $1,200. Is the data there that suggests that folks are willing to get this one-size-fits-all federal mandate for the cost of the taxes they'll pay? Do you know of any specific data or research in that regard?
Well, my fellow panelists mentioned a poll that has been conducted that asks specifically about the costs. Of course, I think the cost estimate, as I mentioned earlier, is too low. And many workers say that they would make that trade-off. However, if
for
that,
a 3% increase?
No, for a lesser increase. But my point is, even if that were true, that the vast majority of American workers were willing to make this trade-off, then the federal government could establish a voluntary social insurance program where people opted to pay the payroll tax and then they opted to become eligible for these benefits. But the reality is it's not something that all Americans want. That's why it has to be mandatory.
Well, I have other concerns, and with the last minute of my time here, the fact that we have these various entitlement programs that some of them earn benefits, some of them welfare entitlement programs. I haven't seen one that hasn't grown, that hasn't expanded in benefits without the ability to pay for itself, without the funding behind it. That's just the way it works up here. And we have two of the most important safety nets programs for seniors that are insolvent, including Social Security, where we want to add another layer of bureaucracy behind backlogs and other bureaucratic problems at Social Security Administration. And we want to add a new entitlement program without fixing the one that exists. It blows my mind. It absolutely blows my mind. And we've done some things, bipartisan, Mr. Chairman, I thought were great out of the Secure Act. Let people draw down penalty-free some of their 401k money, tax credits. I think incentivizing, creating a market, letting the private sector meet that need, I think will go a lot further, and we'll all be a lot happier as a result, and there'll be a lot more choice for our citizens. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, to inquire.
Good afternoon. It is afternoon.
It is.
I have really appreciated this hearing. It is so timely. And I, too, am noticing that the panel is all women. I'm sure that wasn't done deliberately. But I think it really does speak to the fact that not only are women the only human beings that give birth and become mothers, and possession is 9/10 of the law. So it's your responsibility to find child care, to pay for child care. But it's not just child care. It is caretaking, as we've experienced, as we've heard today from Ms. Rollet and also the star. We all knew who you were when you walked in the room. But we didn't know this part of your life as well. But we also do the bulk of the caretaking. And even when when we're guys and it's our mom who is disabled, or it's the daughter-in-law who goes to the nursing home and who goes and helps clean up and helps provide the bath and the caretaking. And so it really is time to have this conversation, a full-throated conversation. You know, it really struck me that the first Social Security check that was received was January 31st, 1940. Just about right now, Miss Ida Mae Fuller went to her mailbox and got her first Social Security check. And you know, it is sort of ironic that the first Social Security check was received by a woman, because back in 1940, only 27% of the workforce was female, as compared to 47% now. And I've heard some of the panelists and my colleagues say that women really outpace men in the workforce today. And of course, data indicate that of those women who are in the workforce, 75% of them have children at home. So they're caretaking and working. And so given that just little background, I want to ask a question. I have questions for all of you, and unfortunately, I don't have the time. But I guess I want to start out by asking Ms. Chabot a question. And I guess we have heard a great deal from Ms. Manning about how increasing the payroll tax would have a disparate impact. And it is regressive. I agree with you, Ms. Manning, that payroll taxes are regressive. But I guess I want you to sort of lean into the notion that somehow it won't be worth it.
Yes, and thank you for asking that. So I think the status quo is regressive. People are suffering in disproportionately when they don't have access to paid leave. And the people who don't have access to paid leave are those who are lower wage, often people of color, often lower wage women who are providing the bulk of care, who might have multi-generational caregiving responsibilities. I think what we know from this data is that people are more than willing to pay for a program structured like the Family Act, particularly one that includes family caregiving and personal medical leave, because those are the reasons that they can foresee that they will most benefit from a program. Having a child may be predictable in most cases, maybe not for adoption, but in most other cases. Having a medical issue or a family member who gets sick is not predictable, and those are the exact periods of time where you need to have extra income to be able to make ends meet. You need to have the security of being able to keep your job. So these are the programs that people like. 80% of voters say that they like the Family Act approach. Given multiple other proposals, it's still the approach that they like, and that's true across party lines. And in terms of willingness to pay and the value of paying, we have to remember that most people who are living paycheck to paycheck are making horrible trade-offs when they need to take when they need access to leave. According to the Pew Research Center, about 40% of lower wage workers are turning to public assistance programs, are dipping into savings that are earmarked for a different purpose, are going into debt, are unable to pay their bills. So the idea of having a predictable small payroll deduction cost coming out of your paycheck and that your employer is also matching is a fair, efficient, sustainable way that provides certainty and security for
Well,
workers.
thank you so much. And Ms. Rollet, I just want to point out, it's very chilling for you to say that this would fall disproportionately on the backs of women of color. And I guess I just want you to use a few seconds to share with us the low-wage status of these women and how this might help.
Well, as we said, one thing that we know is that for women of color, if paid leave is available to them, then fewer women of color get left behind when illness necessitates caregiving in their families. And as I mentioned earlier, women of color often play the dual role of caregiver both in the home and outside of the home. So this also means that, particularly for women of color, if they have access to paid leave, they don't lose the progress that they've made in their work lives anytime something unexpected happens, and they have more options available to them.
Thank you for indulgence, Mr. Chairman. And, I do hope that this committee will lean into other solutions. This family leave is only one issue related to the status of women not having, some relief from caregiving. And I have some Social Security proposals and earned income tax expansions that really address this very same issue. And I thank you for your indulgence and thank the witnesses.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this very important hearing, and thank you to all the witnesses for a discussion that obviously affects virtually every American in one way or the other. As we've heard, the composition of the workforce has changed pretty dramatically over the past several decades. In my home state of Michigan, half the workforce, nearly half of the workforce are women in dual earner households. At the same time, in my home state, a share of the state's population over 65 will grow by nearly 40% in the next 15 years. So while families have to balance work, child care, elder care, the problem is only going to get worse unless we address it. The ability to take leave is increasingly important. The problem is some skeptics of paid family leave or flexible workforce policies claim that these practices are too costly. And it's just interesting that I don't believe that such an analysis fully contemplates the true cost of the current environment, the cost of decreased or worse health outcomes as a result of not having access to care, or the loss of a job as a result of an individual being forced to leave work in order to take care of a family member. There's an economic implication for that throughout the economy, the loss of productivity, but the social cost that is borne by somebody. We all pay, whether we want to admit it or not, whether we measure the cost or not, we all pay. The question is, are we going to pay in a fashion that provides policy that is consistent with our values? And that's what we're trying to get at today. I also will say that I don't think most of the businesses that I talk to when really contemplating this agree that this sort of policy would be harmful to them. And I'll give you an example. In my own home state, in my district, Goujon Brothers Incorporated in Bay City, Michigan, provides their employees with unlimited paid family and medical leave. According to their annual reports, which I've looked at, and I've visited this company, their employees take an average of 4 sick days a year. They're not abusing the system. They're using it when they need to. Their productivity is stronger as a result of these policies. Their employees stay with the company longer. They have an average of 20 years seniority in this company. Their only real turnover comes from people who retire. So I guess, Ms. Hamilton, in listening to your testimony, it sort of sounded pretty similar to what I've heard from this particular company in my district and others. But I'd like you to just mention a little bit, because there's been a focus on smaller businesses. And we heard from my colleague, Mr. Wenstrup, about his experience. Could you just explain from your point of view how smaller businesses would benefit from this policy?
Sure. So I have a company, Badger, that I run that has 100 employees, but I also have a small restaurant that I own as well. And we have about 20 employees, only 7 full-time employees. And we're in the first year of business. And in the first few months of business, our main chef had to leave because of an illness. And as a small business that couldn't afford to have the kind of benefits that Badger had, we were stuck in a place where we had to both pay for his time and also hire a replacement, which was really damaging to the business in that early few months. And then later on in the year, my business partner had a baby, and so also took time, and my other business partner had a medical surgery. And so we're still in business, miraculously, in the first year. But if I think about the benefit of having had this type of insurance, that we could have had a small amount that we were paying just throughout for those 7 employees, that 3 of those 7 employees that went out in that first year, it would have been a much less of a burden for that small business. And for Badger, still being a small business with 100 employees, we do pay for medical leave, and it would be much easier for our budgeting process to be able to know what that is in advance, and rather than have it be unknown every year.
Thank you. And I wonder, Ms. London, if you might comment, you mentioned in your testimony the thousands of letters that you received back when people wrote letters, I suppose.
Yes.
It's all email or something else now. That's a pretty interesting focus group. I would suspect, and just maybe have you comment on this, whether the people who were feeling that stress were experiencing more stress in their life as a result of not being able to have access to medical leave, or less stress. And what do we know about the effect that stress has on health, on productivity, on other things that have an economic impact?
Well, from reading those letters, and now more recently from reading Facebook posts constantly, and people just coming in to me on my website, I mean, they're completely stressed out. Now, I must say, I'm also a small business owner, and I usually have anywhere from 2 to 3 one-time employees, and I feel so inadequate hearing what Badger is doing, but it's impractical. And I struggle with this all the time. I mean, I had an employee leave, and I was doing maternity leave pay, but I had to go and hire another person to replace her. And the economics, I can't just miraculously make what I'm earning go up to compensate for that. And I really contemplated whether I should even keep my production company open and working on projects like this. But they're meaningful to me, and I want to do something. I want to continue working and try to make a difference. But it's very, very difficult when you have a company as small as I do. So as I listened to all this, the idea of putting the onus on an employer, and I think there are many, many companies that are small like me, under 10, under 5 people. It's just, it's impractical to think that we can carry that burden. But I would be willing to pay as an employer, and I think my employees would too. Of course, they're all women. They're all young women, all having children. And if we had the option to do that so that I had the comfort in knowing that my employees were going to be taken care of, I would be ecstatic over that, because I always feel bad not being able to lay out the kinds of things that your company that has, I don't know, 100 employees can do. It's no can do when you have 2, 3, 4 employees.
Thank you so much. My time's expired. I thank the chairman for his indulgence.
Virginia, Mr. Byer to inquire.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thank you so much for having this hearing today on one of the most important issues under this committee's jurisdiction. I look forward to working with you on the markup of the Family Act as soon as possible. I'm also very proud that Virginia is about to become the 9th state taking towards a state paid leave program. They're having a hearing today in Richmond on a bill that will provide up to 12 weeks paid leave care for a new child, attend to a medical condition, or care for an ill family member. Senator Jennifer Boyd Scaife, with whom I shared an office for a year, and Delegate Jennifer Carroll Foy are our state champions. I'd also like to introduce, for the record, without objection, a statement from the Main Street Alliance supporting the bill and from the National Task Force to End Sexual and Domestic Violence. So if there's no objection. And to go quickly, first to my friend Mr. Arrington mentioned that we shouldn't be introducing a new entitlement system before we fix Social Security. Well, before us is John Larson's wonderful Social Security 2100 bill that does, in fact, fix it through the end of the century, and I hope that we will act on it this year. To my friend, the ranking member, Mr. Brady's point, that letter from the Joint Committee on Taxation, let me quote. This is from Thomas Barthold, who leads it. You also asked the payroll tax necessary to cover the administrative costs and benefits estimated by the Congressional Budget Office and the percentage of such costs of 0.4% tax would cover. At this time, we do not know estimated administrative costs and benefits. Let me emphasize that. We don't know. Later on, he says, finally, you asked about a payroll tax necessary to cover $203 to $226 billion. That was an estimate that came from a conservative right-wing group, not the Congressional Budget Office. That's where this 3% number gets tossed around. If you look at the Social Security actuary, she says 3.31%. So if we go back to the regressive stuff, if 54 million Americans are making $18,000 a year, let's see, that's $54 a year. That's $1 a week. Second point I want to make is that capitalism and our reliance on market forces are completely dependent on the growth of Americans' people. Our birth rate just has hit 5 straight years falling down. It is now at a record low in the history of our republic. We are not at replacement value. We have this anti-immigrant fervor led by our president. We need more children. It is essential. Unless we want to become Italy or Japan, we need to do things that are family-friendly, that encourage people to have children and make it possible for them. Next, I'd like to offer that years ago I visited the Prison Fellowship, which used to be in my congressional district, founded by the famous Chuck Colson, led by my friend, the Republican Attorney General of Virginia, Mark Earley. 2.2 million Americans locked up, the largest number in the world, the greatest percentage in the world. Chuck Colson once told me, it is simply the failure of fathers. That's what drives our prison system. And yet what we see is a plan to make fathers much more engaged in their children's lives. We see from the California experience, when you have paid family and medical leave, fathers want to be and are ever more active with them. Think of what we will save in the prison population when we do this. My friend Ron Kind talked about workforce participation. And again, economic growth is completely driven by 2 things: growth in the workforce participation, and productivity. It is not driven by tax cuts. As we have just seen, the GDP growth rate in the last year went from 3.1 to 2.2 to 2.1 and finished at 1.8. Of according to the Federal Bank of Atlanta. What we want to do if we want this economy to grow is to get more people in it and more productivity, and this will do it. And finally, it boggles my mind that this can be described as regressive rather than progressive. That makes no sense. Since the workers at the bottom are the ones disproportionately affected by this. These are the people making minimum wage, and they're the ones with the greatest job insecurity. I just pointed out, they're not making $50,000 a year. Let's say they're making $30,000 a year. Let's just take the Social Security at 3%. That means $90 a year. Again, less than $2 to get a benefit that they don't have for security that they don't have. And the people up at the high end, their 0.3% is going to be a lot more than somebody making $80,000 a year. If you look at it overall, benefit, family, security, this is very progressive policy. And I thank all of you for being part of this. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans, to inquire.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also on the Small Business Committee. I'm vice chair of that committee, so I want to delve down a little bit more around small business and what it means to our economy. And women are the fastest growing entrepreneurs in the nation, particularly women of color. But Ms. Hamilton, how else would employers benefit from a national paid leave program? Can you speak a little bit to that?
Sure. Well, it certainly is a benefit because of the longevity of our employees and our ability to attract talented workforce, and also for women coming back to work after childbirth. We have over 60% women at Badger, and we have a very high rate of women coming back to work after they give birth to their children. And so I think that being able to support their career growth is a huge benefit to our business.
Ms. Lund, you also, could you comment on, from a small business perspective, what it would mean in terms of a national program?
Well, having been a women's and family advocate, I, of course, would like to be able to have an ambitious, comprehensive paid leave policy in place for my business, but it's the economics involved. But the people I hear from all the time, they're in the middle to lower income. Many of them don't work for big companies that have paid leave. And so, it's only those states that have enacted some kind of a policy. And if you don't live in that state, you're not in that zip code, they really, many, many times, don't have another family member just because by virtue of how we are all living in the world today. And they don't have that support. They don't have the help. And so I hear from them all the time that they are struggling financially. And all too often, something we need to point out, caregivers are known to have many, many more health problems. And they are, statistically, they don't have the longevity that the other people who are not caregivers have. So we have to worry about all of the health issues, and health issues bring with them health costs. So I think that we're kind of getting into the root, finally, of the problem here. That's what you're doing instead of just putting Band-Aids on things. You're getting to the root of the problem that is, in my opinion, this is going to bring down health costs in America. I don't have all the statistics that the experts here on the panel here have, but I hear from people all the time, mostly women, that they don't take care of their own health because they're so focused on taking care of the health of older relatives, and they end up, not catching cancer soon enough when it can be easily treated as opposed to when it's in stage 4. So you really have to look at all the kind of the fingers that reach out that affect the psyche of people today, the embarrassment that they don't want to go to their employer and say, I've got to take care of an aging parent or a sick sibling. So there's a lot more involved here than actually just the cost. And again, as a worker or an employer, I would like to buy that insurance policy at a reasonable cost to make sure that if something happens along the way, that I'll have coverage. That's kind of the way I look at it, is buying that insurance policy.
I would also like to add one other thing, which is I think it's hard to quantify the value of employees that have been at a company for a long time. For us, once we have an employee who's learned our business inside and out, we can find someone to replace them who has the same experience in the industry, but we can't find someone who understands our business in that way. And so having an insurance program that supports those employees so that they don't have to make a choice between their family and our business is an incalculable benefit to our business.
Ms. London, you touched on something I had here, which I'm going to go to Ms. Rollet. What does research show how health outcomes for care recipients and caregivers who have access to paid leave? What does it show? It looked like you started to talk a little bit about that in terms of the benefit of it. The question is, what does research show how health outcomes for care recipients and caregivers have access to paid leave? You were starting to talk a little bit about that.
I hear about it anecdotally all the time, but perhaps somebody here on the panel can go to actual research studies.
Does anybody have anything relating?
Yeah, I think this has been the direct link between paid leave itself and caregiver health outcomes probably needs more work, but we do know that when people have access to paid leave as caregivers, they have lower levels of stress and they feel like they are more supported, which presumably leads to better outcomes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing this important issue to all of us. I want to thank all of the panelists who are here today. We really appreciate the fact that you took a lot of time to prepare for this and to come down here and to spend all these hours here. We're very grateful to you for your help with this. I think we first would start that we all recognize, all of the witnesses, there's a problem in America, right? Does everybody agree with that? Ms. London, Ms. Rollet, problem in this country?
I don't think you'd find a woman in this country that would disagree with that.
So would you agree with that, Ms. Manning? There's a big problem?
There's a problem, but it's not a universal problem.
Okay, so let me just point out a couple different facts. There's only 2 countries in the world that don't provide a guarantee for paid maternity leave. The United States of America and Papua New Guinea. Only 2 countries in the world that don't provide a guarantee for paid medical leave. The U.S. is one of only 2 industrialized countries in the world, and there's about 40 industrialized countries in the world, that do not offer temporary income support in some form to workers with a serious medical condition. So we're an outlier. We have to all agree that it's a big problem in our nation as a whole that we need to deal with. And all of your testimony today makes that very, very clear. Of the existing law in the United States which pays for unpaid leave, family medical leave, 21% are usually for new parents, 55% are for people with illnesses, and 18% are for caregivers. So, this resonates a lot with me. I grew up in a house, all 4 of my grandparents lived in my house, 3 were very sick. My mother did most of the work. We did the work. I did the work as well, taking care of my parents, my grandparents. My parents, as a result, got home health care insurance, long-term health care insurance. They died recently. They were 95 and 93. They had home health care aides. But the whole idea of the sandwich generation, and I know that Ms. Sanchez mentioned before that I call it the panini generation because it's kind of, squashed down. It's got cheese and it's all melted. It's really messy. We went through that in our family. So we've got to figure out how we can find common ground on this. I'm a co-sponsor of the Family Leave Act. So do all of you support that with the exception of Ms. Manning? Do you all support that currently, the bill as it is? Are there any improvements that you'd like to see, Ms. Szabo?
Yes, I think there are definitely ways to improve the bill to ensure that access will be as maximally equitable, especially for low-wage workers, as possible, and to reflect a diversity of family members. So wage replacement, more progressive wage replacement, a broader and more inclusive definition of family, which every single state has done.
New York State is very progressive on this. We just passed a pretty big law on this in 2016.
Yes, and wage replacement, I already talked about wage replacement. Some employment protections that are strengthened from the bill, ideally full job protection. I think also eligibility rules, because of the public employees that are carved out of Social Security. I think we want to make sure that public employees, like the school teacher parents that members have talked about here, are included. And thinking about also making sure that the eligibility rules really do reflect folks who have taken time out of the workforce to provide care better back in.
I'm concerned about some carve-outs for postal employees of the federal workers right now.
I
Just
think
want to
that-
point
yeah.
that out. Ms. Hamilton, is there something that you'd like to see to improve this, or are you happy with the way it is now?
Well, I'm not a legislator, so I don't know the ins and outs of the bill, more of the general, what the bill is offering. And I believe that what it's offering is very important, and I want to see an insurance of this sort for Badger and for other companies.
And the other three of you, are there any things that you'd like to see specifically that you're not happy with right now?
I'll just say that, it was in 1980 when I heard from so many women saying, but what about us? And here we are 40 years later, and we really are still asking that exact same question. There are those of us who, make incomes that are substantial, or that work for a big company where we get paid leave, or that are fortunate enough to live in a state where they've had policy enacted. But for all the rest of those women out there, and men, but it's really women out there that are saying, what about us? And to me, I want to see a program enacted that can finally answer that question for all of those people who are just not covered by the system and who have no other recourse. And I also want us to remember that the statistics that you just quoted about what percentages need assistance, that's going to change. Those percentages are going to change with our aging population.
There'll be more caregivers.
Oh, there are going to be far more people in the caregiving stage.
Mr. Chairman, I see my time is running out, so I just have to cut you off, Ms. London. I'm sorry. Let me just point out that in 1900, Americans, senior citizens, had 60 to 70 possible relatives that could help take care of them in 1900. Today, it's 1.5 potential people that could take care of them because more people are living longer, families are smaller, people move away from the area. So we have a big storm coming in our country when it comes to caregiving, as well as these other problems we're facing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Let me call upon the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Brady. I think as been expressed throughout this hearing, we do appreciate the topic of this hearing, and thanks to all the witnesses and for being here, but also your preparation and obviously your service for what you have done and what you, I know, will continue to do with or without the help of Congress. So thank you very much. Look, I think we understand, and as you heard, at some point in our lives, many of us will need to take time off of work for a serious illness, to care for a loved one, or for the birth or even the adoption, thank goodness, of children. However, only 40% of American workers, as has been said today, have access to paid personal medical leave for a serious illness, and only 14% have access to paid family leave. Now, as you heard from many of the California members on this dais, we are all very proud that we come from a state that has long recognized that no worker should have to choose between sacrificing their jobs, career opportunities, or a paycheck, and caring for their family during the toughest times. That is why I am a proud co-sponsor of the Bipartisan Family Act, which would ensure that all Americans are afforded similar benefits that we enjoy in California. Now, I personally know the benefits of paid family leave as a father, as a husband, and even as a boss of a congressional office, thanks to the taxpayers and my constituents on the Central Coast who allowed us to do that. But despite the success of paid family leave in California, some families don't have access to a paid family leave program. Now, there's been a lot about different types of families that have been discussed today, but I want to focus in particular on LGBTQ parents, who unfortunately often find themselves excluded from the support that does exist. According to a 2018 survey of LGBTQ workers, less than half said that their employer's policy cover new parents equally. Now, if I could direct my questions to Ms. Szabo, if you could explain how the Family Act would address the diversity of working families that we do have in this country, including families like LGBTQ.
Sure. So the Family Act applies equally to people of all genders. It applies equally to birth parents and adoptive parents and foster parents. It applies to people who are caring for a loved one and for someone's own serious health issue. The states have expanded to include broader definitions of families, including in 3 of the most recently amended or created laws, people who are related by blood or affinity, which has a very important impact both for the LGBTQ community as well as for people with disabilities and their caregivers. I think we have to remember, though, that the Family Act doesn't exist in isolation. I know that Congress, the House, passed the Equality Act earlier this Congress, and that's an important protection that would run side by side to make sure that a benefit that exists that protects LGBTQ families and people equally is able to be used without somebody fearing discrimination at their job.
Good. Now, earlier in your testimony, you talked about, and I think these were your words, and I apologize if they weren't, anti-retaliation parts or safeguards of the Family Act. Can you talk about that as well?
Sure. So the Family Act and the FMLA run parallel to one another. So the FMLA carves out about 40% of workers, disproportionately lower wage workers, and people who have not been on the job for a long period of time or part-time workers. The Family Act provides wage replacement to all of those folks. But what we know from states is that if you don't have full job protection, you may not feel secure taking the leave that's provided. The Family Act, when it was first drafted in 2013, tried to address that issue by saying that nobody can be discriminated against or retaliated against for applying for or using the leave, receiving the paid leave benefits that the Family Act provides. But we now have examples from states that have built upon that and strengthened it. New York includes full job protection. Oregon includes full job protection. Rhode Island includes job protection for the family leave component. So there are just ways to think about that this committee or the Ed and Labor Committee could strengthen the employment protections so that the full effect of the Family Act benefits could be realized by the most vulnerable workers that are out there.
Outstanding. Now, as we know and as we've heard, California has had experience in this area. Ms. Turman, talk to us about the lessons learned and the improvements that have been made to California's Family Leave Act.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And just picking up on Ms. Szabo's testimony, one of the key lessons is that we absolutely need to provide job protection to workers who are eligible for paid family leave. We hear too many stories from people who have basically been forced to choose between caring for their families and keeping their jobs. We heard recently from a busser in San Francisco who earned just over the minimum wage, Jorge, and he wanted to take paid family leave for his new child. And his boss, he wasn't qualified for job protection, and his boss said, if you do that, you will lose your job. And so he actually would have foregone his paid family leave, but his child needed him. His child was born with health complications, and he had to go back to the hospital. And he lost his job, and that was really devastating. So that's one of the key lessons, in addition to the others that Ms. Szabo pointed out.
Exactly. Thank you. Thanks to all of you. I yield my time back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Murphy, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the witnesses for your compelling testimonies. I also appreciated my colleagues from the first panel for taking the time to come present their proposals before this committee. You know, in the past hearings, I've articulated my unequivocal support for creating a reliable pathway for hardworking Americans to obtain paid family and medical leave. And today, I really appreciate this committee taking the time to dig into the specific details on these legislative proposals. You know, it's distressing to me how few Americans are lucky enough to work for an employer that provides paid leave benefits. And even fewer are lucky enough to live in a state that offers this benefit. Access to paid leave cannot and should not be based on where you live or who you work for. My Florida constituents and I happen to live in a state that doesn't offer paid leave. So my understanding for the urgency of Congress to act is very personal. You know, a number of years ago, I had received a really exciting job offer. But knowing I wanted to start a family, I asked about the leave policy. And the company told me, you know, you can take any vacation days that you manage to accrue by the time you have your baby, and you can have 3 months of leave without pay. And I just asked myself, you know, how could I make this work? And the answer was I couldn't. I simply couldn't, and so I passed on that job offer. And it's a situation that I know isn't uncommon across this country. And moreover, I represent a district with a lot of young working families who, as the witnesses have said, are a part of the sandwich generation, or as my Italian-American colleague colorfully called, the panini generation. These are people pressed between the responsibilities of caring for aging parents or ailing family members and raising young children. you know, caring for a newborn or a sick family member or your own illness, those are among life's most challenging moments. And this country has to do better to create the paid family leave framework that would support these hardworking Americans, not penalize them. I think at some point in all of our careers, each of us will need to take time away from work to be there when we're needed most. And I think, truly, this is the right thing to do. We always talk about how we're family values. We believe in family values. And I think if you believe in family values, then you have to value families. And in order to value families, you have to provide them the support they need. I personally think the Family Act, as currently drafted, is the best approach and the most comprehensive proposal. There are still a lot of details to work through, but I think that's why we're here today. And I think that creating a new earned benefit is far more preferable to the Republican proposal that cuts Social Security earnings later in life. The Social Security beneficiaries in my district depend on every single dollar of the benefit that they have earned and paid for. Seniors have it hard enough as it is. We shouldn't be rating their retirement savings. I'm positive that policymakers can come up with a solution that's win-win and not a trade-off. One final thing I'll say, too, is that as chair of Future Forum, this is a caucus of 50 of the youngest members of the Democratic caucus. We focus on a lot of issues that matter to next generation Americans, including paid family leave. In fact, we've held events where dadvocates, which are men who are advocating for paternity leave, have presented their stories and their advocacy. We've also had a number of business owners talk about the economic and human benefits of having progressive workforce policies. Ms. Hamilton, it's great to have you on the panel, and as a small business owner that offers comprehensive paid leave, can you talk about some of those human and economic benefits? Have you seen the same sort of return on investments of providing comprehensive leave? And do you think other small businesses could see the value or would they be concerned about the proposed payroll tax?
Well, I think that the proposed payroll tax is minimal, and it's something that even a small business could afford. And I think that the value is, it's hard to calculate in dollars, but when you look at the long-term success of a business, our success is hinged on our employees and having a talented and committed workforce. And there's not a whole lot that you can do that makes a more committed workforce than supporting people when they're in their greatest times of need, when they have a baby, when they have a loved one they have to care for, when they're out because of some kind of medical leave. When you are able to offer support to people during those times, they in turn feel very committed to the business, and that in turn leads to having a successful business.
So it sounds like this type of program and support would actually contribute to our economy as well as to the human interactions and relationships that we have.
Absolutely. And I had mentioned earlier that I was part of a number of workforce development forums where in New Hampshire there are a number of businesses that aren't offering the types of benefits that we do, who are struggling to find talented workforce. And we see a marked difference than where we're not following the trends of our state, that we're able to find and retain workforce. We have a near zero rate of attrition and a really high longevity, and I think that's a big part of what has made us successful as a business. We've been in business for 25 years. We've never had to take outside investments, and that's something that's helped us to be very successful.
Thank the gentlelady.
And I yield back.
With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, to inquire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member for this hearing. I want to thank all of our witnesses and my colleagues, Representatives DeLauro, Wagner, and Stefanik, for their proposals. And I want to commend my colleague from Florida, the chair of the Future Forum, as the member of that caucus. This is one of the priorities that we've set as younger members of this body because it's reflective of the priorities of our constituents. And as a husband, as a father of three, as someone who believes in co-parenting, I don't believe that the burden of having to take family or parental leave should rest with one partner. That should be the responsibility of everyone who's helping to raise that child. And so I want a policy that addresses the intersectionality with the gender bias that we have in our law with the income inequality that you all have highlighted and the racial inequities that have been touched on. In my home state of Nevada, 63% of working Nevadans do not have access to unpaid leave under the Federal Family and Medical Leave Act, which is an existing law, let alone employer-sponsored paid leave benefits. This means that most Nevadans face impossible choices when starting a family, raising a family, or if they or their loved one is ill and requires time away from work. As we've already discussed, the Family Act would provide workers 12 weeks of paid leave, 66% of their wages, to take care of their own health conditions, support the process of pregnancy as well as childbirth, support family members suffering from a health condition or military caregiving. So I believe that this proposal will make an incredible difference in the lives of my constituents. But today I want to tell you about one of the constituents who shared his story, Jose Macias from Las Vegas. He wrote to my office sharing his family's experience living without paid leave. Jose's mother, Tomosita, was a loyal employee at an event maintenance company for over a decade and had no access to paid leave. One of her constant fears was getting sick because a sick day would mean a day without pay, and that was simply not an option for her or her family. One day, Tomosita began feeling sick, and as more days passed, her illness worsened. She had no other choice but to continue to work and hope it would pass. On May 6, 2013, Tomosita put her uniform on and went off to work, and that would be the last time Jose would hug his mother goodbye. Later that day, Tomosita suffered a stroke and collapsed during her shift while cleaning toilets at a workplace. She fell into a coma and passed away not long after. Jose ended his letter sharing with me, "I know paid leave legislation will not bring my Tomosita back, but it can prevent another son or daughter from losing their mother because she couldn't afford to be sick." This is a heartbreaking story, but one that is all too common for our constituents. According to the National Partnership for Women and Families, only 25% of Latino workers and 43% of Black workers report having access to any paid or partially paid parental leave, compared to 50% of white workers. On top of that, Black mothers are more likely to quit or be fired from their jobs, and this risk of pregnancy-related deaths for Black women is 3 to 4 times higher than those of white women. Ms. Rollet, you are an expert in inequity based on race. What effect does paid family leave policies like the Family Act have on social determinants of health, the conditions in which people are born, grow, live, work, and age over time?
Thank you so much for that question, and that personally touches me as someone who worked in healthcare, in direct healthcare services for over 15 years. And some of the things that we know, and I can speak to this personally from what I saw in our work, is that there are impacts in terms of the entire family, the impact on children particularly that can show up in terms of increase in suspension, behavioral issues, the impact in education. But we also know that there are significant impacts on health. You speak to the impact of delayed healthcare seeking behaviors and the cascading effect that that can happen both for the individual and their family and their loved ones. And working in a direct service healthcare setting, we saw that significantly, and often we saw that that disproportionate burden was on the head of household, and in the particular neighborhood I was in, those were primarily Latinx and Black women. And so the impacts do not only impact the individual, but they also impact the community. And the thing that I want to underscore is that we've talked a lot about the cost of this plan, We're all already bearing the cost. I spoke of my experience as a caregiver and the cost of flights, the cost of missed pay when I was working at an hourly part-time position. All of those things are expenses that we're all shouldering. So to have a structural support that actually supports those costs would be significant.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, to inquire.
Thank you, Chairman Neal, and thank you as well for hosting this hearing. And to our witnesses, thank you for your patience staying here. I know it's been a long day, but I appreciate you sharing your thoughts, your perspectives, your experiences. I'll start with my story. Fairly simple story. Right before our oldest son was born, a little different circumstances, but the company I worked for closed the division I worked for. So I was given a generous severance package, but I had the chance to stay home for his birth and be there for the first several weeks of his life. The relationship I have with my son, both my sons, but it started with the foundation I got as a first-time father, was clearly enhanced by the experience I had being able to be home, being able to help my wife with those early weeks for several weeks. That has translated 26 years later, almost 27 years later now, to a continued special relationship I have with my children, with confidence I have as a father. I think it's been good for my family, certainly good for me personally, and I hope good for my sons. It's something that I wish for everyone. It's been often remarked in this hearing today that we have a panel of all women, but I think it is important to emphasize that this is not a woman's issue, it's a family issue, and it affects mothers and fathers and partners, and most particularly our children. But that's only a piece of it, because it's also those times when we have to take care of a ailing spouse or child, a condition we may face, or ailing parents. We know that paid leave goes beyond maternity care. And mother in my district told me the story about having to take care of her son who is dealing with opioid addiction, something that's affecting our entire country. It requires, being that kind of caregiver, a major investment of time and energy, but having the security to know that you have your job waiting for you, that you will have economic resources during that time is really important. As Ms. Tremaine mentioned, simply being human should not be the cause of financial ruin. But I think this is larger than a moral issue. There is smart policy here as well, policy for our economy, for our businesses. A study by the Boston Consulting Group interviewed more than 250 HR managers at various companies, and they concluded that paid leave is good business because, and I'm quoting, when employees are able to take off the time that they need, they are better employees when they return to work. I see you nodding, Mrs. Hamilton. I suspect you've had that experience with your employees. By providing that paid leave, companies are able to retain experienced workers, significantly reduce the cost of recruiting, of training, the cost of turnover, and not to mention the impact it has on employee morale, on teamwork within corporations, on productivity. This policy is good for individuals, it's good for families, it's good for our communities and the businesses that make up the communities, it's good for our ultimate economy. Now, one of the issues is that small businesses often lack the capital to provide that short-term disability. The program we're talking about today would level that playing field. And Ms. Tremaine, you talked in your testimony about how the data from states is that have implemented this reflect this. Could you elaborate a little bit on that in the minute we have left, 2 minutes?
Sure, yeah. There's been polling done by the Small Business Majority, which found that 70% of small businesses actually support this kind of policy, in part because it does allow them to level the playing field and compete with larger businesses who have the ability to afford more generous benefits. Also, as Ms. Hamilton has pointed out, it allows for employers to have these predictable, affordable payments over time, as opposed to having to deal with a crisis in the moment, which costs a lot more money than making these small investments. This is a smart investment for workers and for communities.
No, I just from my experience as a small business owner, the ability to plan for that, to know a set-aside expense shared with the employees. By the way, it benefits the employee, it benefits the company. We're sharing that expense. Is much different than dealing with someone. I had an employee whose husband was diagnosed with kidney cancer, and we gave her time and we did what we could do, but that was an unplanned, and that carries a different burden. Ms. Hamilton, in the last few seconds, specific question. Are you doing manufacturing in New Hampshire as well as?
Yes,
the
so we do manufacturing in rural New Hampshire in a town of 800 people.
Right, so it's the vertical integration, if you will, of the business. You have people of all different skills, I suspect.
We do. We have technical people, we have quality, R&D, manufacturing, all the way through marketing, sales.
But I have, from my own experience in small business, they all depend on each other. And
Yes.
there will be times when someone's out and you cover for that, and maybe you bring in temporary, but knowing that the team is going to be there and the team's going to be there for me if I have a circumstance, how does that play out with the morale of the business, the productivity as you look long-term for your future?
Well, I mean, it's a huge morale booster to have employees that are there for a long time. When you have a high attrition rate, that impacts everyone at the company. And so having a really tight-knit community where people know each other over the years and rely on each other, and also, like you said, when people are out on maternity or paternity leave, other people are covering their work. We also have a Babies at Work program, which we've had fathers bring their baby as well. And so there's a very much of a community feel where people are working together, and that gives a really positive outlook on the business and helps with people's productivity and commitment.
Thank you. I'm over time. I appreciate the extra time. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greatly appreciate you holding this hearing on the Family Act. It's an important issue, has broad support throughout the country. So I want to request unanimous consent to submit for the record a letter from over 700 organizations supporting the Family Act.
So ordered.
I would also like to get to ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record a report from the National Partnership for Women and Families outlining the promise of paid family leave and the detailed policy choices we must consider.
So ordered.
So this is an issue that's personal for me, since I grew up in a time where my parents worked 4 or 5 jobs a week to make ends meet. And when one of us would get sick when we're a kid in my family, I'm the youngest of 6, they would have to make the choice between who would take care of the child if they ended up in the hospital. When I was 7 years old, I ended up in the hospital for about a week. And between my parents missing shifts at work, not getting paid for those shifts at work, it put a big financial burden on my family, plus the hospital bills that came afterwards. So that, if we had paid family leave at that time, it would have been completely different. But I come from California. I'm glad a bill was passed in 2002, implemented in 2004. Huge bill, but it was something that's never been tried before, something that was considered brand new and revolutionary. So when you do that, you don't know exactly how it will be implemented and how it will work. But it was a success in some regards. But one of the things we looked at and learned is that you need a strong 3-legged stool. There's 3 issues that need to be in place that will help paid family work for everybody on every rung of the economic ladder. Job protection. If you can't be guaranteed that you'll have a job when you take the time off, then you're not going to use it. So that's where the Federal Medical Leave Act comes into play. Wage replacement. It must be significant enough so that people actually can take time off during that time. And the last one is knowledge of the program. So I actually studied it. I actually worked on it. I passed AB 908 when I was in the California legislature to deal with one of the issues. Quick question, Ms. Manning. You mentioned the faults of California. You cite a study by the California State Senate. When was that study conducted?
I believe it was before the most recent round of reforms.
Yeah. So it was conducted in 2014. I actually have it right here on me. I read through it. I know it very well because I read that same study. And one of the things is addressed the wage replacement. So what we did in California was that we made a progressive structure for the people at the lowest rungs would get a higher wage replacement versus the higher income people, right? So you're giving a kind of an incomplete view, and don't...
May I respond?
No,
I'm sorry.
this is my time.
I'm sorry.
So you're given a kind of a incomplete view of the program. No legislation is perfect. You have to make adjustments, right? And once you make those adjustments, you have to go and evaluate if that program is working differently. Ms. Tremen?
Terman.
Tremen, what are the numbers showing since that law went into place?
Yeah, well, thank you for your leadership and also for sharing your story. It's been really important. I can tell you from the people that we speak to, it's made a huge difference. Before the amendment that you sponsored in California, we spoke to a father, Jason, whose baby was born at 26 weeks gestation. He was only able to spend 2 hours with his child in the NICU because he couldn't afford to take time off. He was a sole breadwinner for his family. But recently we spoke to a woman who is a single mom, works as a waitress in Pittsburgh, California. We were able to tell her, you can get 70% of your wages replaced while you're recovering from childbirth and bonding with your child. And she was really, really thrilled to hear that. And I think about, what would we tell a woman from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, about what she gets? That would be nothing. And that's why we need a universal paid family leave law that gives enough wage replacement so people can support their families.
And wage replacement is key, right? It has to be high enough for people to actually use it. If you're a working class person and you're working, like my parents, 3, 4, 5 jobs a week to make ends meet, but you struggle on that 100% of your salary, getting 55% is not going to work. 70% is not just 70% because they don't pay state taxes on it. It actually comes out to closer to 80%. And even the 60%, because of people who are making higher income and pay higher taxes, often get closer to 75% wage replacement. So in order to have a good program that works, we need to know the details. Something that's equitable, not equal, equitable, making sure that the people at the lowest rungs get the most help, and thereby actually doing what the program set out to do in the first place. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me also thank our witnesses for their testimony today. I think it's very helpful. Please be advised that members have 2 weeks to submit written questions to be answered later in writing. Those questions and your answers will be made part of the formal hearing record. And with that, the committee stands adjourned. Good job. Thanks, Kev.